I'm trying. It didn't run as far as I thought it did, but... It might not be as big as I thought. Only for fishermen? That's fair. It ran hard at first, but I almost thought it was an Atlantic. Yeah, it keeps doing those. I've got it in a decent spot. I think even if it runs, it'll go in there and not upriver this time. I don't think Tommy's over there for me anymore. I thought it was going there, but it got stuck on the edge of the island instead. Swam all the way to the tip of the fucking island, then turned around and swam all the way to the end of the other end, and now it's swimming back again. Shame. Shame. I really don't want it to go. Yeah, it's in a better spot. Oh, I thought I lost it there. It is headed to the cafe. Stop going left. I hope... Fuck you, game. I was itching my wrist. I hope I have enough line to make it to the boat dock. He's gonna go get his own boat. Rat one. That's 29 drag on a Tagara, and it's acting like it's not at all. My friction brake is getting burned up this run. Oh, Ned's found your sturgeon hardcore. Oh no, they're both jingling. Ned talks now. He might tell you where he's getting those sweet sturgeon. I'm sure it's just the same spot. That spot has been active for like an hour at a time. Welcome back. I didn't plan on streaming fishing today. I was just trying to use up my bait so it didn't rot. But then I hooked into this big hog, and I have no idea how long it's going to take. So now I'll just end up streaming 8 hours of fishing. Yeah, I mean, fish definitely have some independent strengths for sure. Like varying to a degree. I reeled just about 11 kilogram in on my HSV. It didn't fight at all. I just reeled it in. And that's I can't believe I got an 11 kilo sturgeon on an HSV without fight. I thought it was like a 5 kilo Xander. Hey, Angel Raider. Have you just gone back there? Oh yeah, he's just going to check out the cafe, rent a boat. Don't go, I don't want you going up behind that island. Oh yeah, Ned's found the sturgeon. They're popping. You better run, hardcore. It won't last. Dude, I fought a trophy gibble for so long on telescopic today. Just to have it fucking... I got it almost up to me. And then it just fucking ran the other direction and snapped me off. Back in the smelt pond. Just one more. Well, legitimately, I had no intention of streaming fishing today. But then I hooked into this hog and I was like, I don't want to be here for 2 hours. Fighting this hog and not streaming tonight. Back in the USSR. I am soaked still, too. I didn't even get to change. I had some good ones on Tunguska, like I said, when I was out there, but it just ended up being too much of that, especially with current. And then you eventually run out of the ability to step forward. And snap! I don't know how long I've been at this one. 10 minutes at least. Probably more like 20 already. Man, time goes fast fighting a fish. Umbrellas are worthless. Just worthless. Whoever invented them, Mr. Umbrella. The peanut guy, Planner's peanut guy, probably. Wait, he walks with a cane, not an umbrella. The penguin? I just want you to know. It's a shitty, worthless invention. Ponchos are far superior. Agreed. Except I hate a noisy hood. Hate it. I should do like a poncho and one of them fishing hats. I don't like my ears to be rustling in a plastic hood. We put all the Girl Scouts in ponchos. They made all these presents out of cardboard boxes to wear in the parade. But it was pouring down rain. And we got a a washable paint because, kids make messes. So we had to cover the kids in their boxes in ponchos. And it was so windy that the wind kept blowing the ponchos up. And the kids were in boxes, so they couldn't really use their arms good. I'll lose my fish. I was afraid a kid was going to suffocate in a plastic bag. Because the poncho kept blowing up over their face. Your dishwasher caught on fire. Did you try giving it more water? Sounds like not enough water for your dishwasher. Sorry, I shouldn't make jokes about your disaster, but it's funny. Caught it early, yeah. Getting that stink out sucks. You hardcore. Come on, you some bitch. I'm getting exhausted. You should too. I mean, I don't want to jinx myself. But I'm feeling pretty good about where it's at. Not a lot of things for it to get snagged on. Dishwasher's luckily the cheapest appliance. They're like right there with microwave cheap. Just, you know, positive note. Refrigerators, you know, them's the doozies. Stoves. And I listening for the 34 months. Month of hell getting that fixed. I have been in appliance hell for so long. Well, it feels like forever now. Since I moved into this house. They're all junk used appliances, so like I should expect it, but I've been in a never-ending cycle of fucked up appliances. The funniest part is my stove is probably like all the appliances that came with the house have died except my stove. But my stove has fucking two burners that work, and it's both the small ones. And the oven is off by like 150 degrees. If you try to run all three things at once, it smokes and blows the breaker. But like every other appliance that I thought was fine has died. What is this fish doing? He ran at me pretty hard there. I think he tried to find a new way to go. Yeah, used dishwashers are tough to find in good shape because they usually just get ripped out, in my experience with appliances. You're like a lot of times you're lucky you can find them returned ones though. It still works. Reps. That's when everything else has just died. I've lost 2 refrigerators since I moved in here. 2 washing machines. I'm using I had a stackable, and the washer died on that, but I'm still using the dryer on that stackable. And then I've got another washing machine next to it, so it takes up a fuck ton of space. And everybody's like, why do you have 2 washing machines? And I'm like, I don't, just one works. Just using the top half of that stackable. That is dumb hardcore. And annoying depending on how old the spigot is. Why is it spelled spigot but we say spigot? Are we supposed to say spigot? Because nobody says that. I just like to wash my shit. I really like the wet smell of clothes. Nobody enunciates the G in spigot. Just throw some fucking silicone at it. Call it a day. Just seal the fucker shut. It's always just that dumb little valve, a little crush valve in there. Or whatever it is. They make rebuild kits for it if it's not a super old one. My brother's house has one from like the 50s and you had to replace the whole damn thing. I just waited until eventually the hard water sealed it closed. I was like, I know with enough time, as hard as the water is in this town, it'll calcify. I wasn't paying the water bill, so I don't care. I was right, it calcified. We're good. Evening, O's. I've always just had shitty appliances now that I think about it. I had a washing machine that had this fucking thermal fuse below. No, a dryer that had a thermal fuse below. And I just fucking used a bread tie. I didn't even have any wire, so I just stripped a bread tie, all the plastic off a bread tie, and skipped the fuse. That fucker ran for like 5 years. I sold the house with that, with a working dryer. My new washer, my brother gave me his fancy front load washer when he moved to Cali. But it constantly yells at me that it's unbalanced. It's the worst. I'm like, there's 4 things in there. Shut up. That is 90% of that is 90% of why people have a hose left on their spigot is because they don't want to deal with it fixing it. So like, I'll just stick a hose on that bitch. This is fine. Then they're replacing their hose nozzle fucking twice a year from leaving it out, which is probably far more expensive than just for fixing the problem. Hey Hannah, how you doing? I hate plumbing though. I talked about it the other day. I've never plumbed well. It seems so simple. Always leaks. What are we fishing for today? We're just using. So I wasn't even gonna stream this. I was just using up some bait before it rotted, and then I hooked into what I believe to be a big sturgeon. The most likely guess is a big sturgeon. There's like I guess, a small chance it's a big salmon, but yeah, I never buy homes new enough for PVC. Hey, Parker. Hey, now, Mom. Dude, those fridge lines, your statement there is confusing and a little bit weird, but those fridge lines are so intimidating. It comes with like this just self-tapper that's like, just attach this to your fucking water line, all right? And then it'll just screw a hole into your water line and your fridge will have water. And I'm like, yeah, but what if I want to disconnect it? You just got a hole in your fucking water line. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't stress. And I'm like, I hate this. It's just, there's no attachments. It's just like a self-tapping screw. Double checking it hadn't gone to the river. What's this man trying to ask me, Chad? He's asked me this word twice, and I don't understand it. Did it once? Yeah, no. Plumbing is definitely one of those jobs I recommend people hire a plumber. There's a lot of things that I think people can do on their own. A little DIY. But there are certain jobs you really just don't want to do on your own. Finishing drywall. That's another job. It's a shitty fucking job to do on your own. And it's never going to look as good as somebody who does it for a living. And they don't even charge that much to begin with. Like patch a tiny hole yourself, sure. But if you're fucking gonna hang some new sheetrock and tape lines and mud lines, like fuck all that noise. Oh, well, you put a question mark at the end of hello. I'm here, man. You didn't need a question mark. Hello. Sorry, American schools. We don't learn Polish. Wasn't an option. Definitely not an option. Only had two options, actually. Spanish or French. Which is really weird to me. Because, like, I don't know, like, any French people. I guess, like, all my Lebanese friends speak French. I guess it's a pretty universal language for that area, too, huh? Bunch north of me? Yeah, I don't talk to French Canadians. Electrical's hit and miss. Um, little electrical jobs like changing out outlets or fixtures and stuff like that. Like that's something anyone can do on their own. But getting into like actually running wire and stuff like that is a nightmare. You're a French Canadian chicken with a gun? It's been a running joke since like the fucking third week of my stream that I hate French Canadians. Nobody would remember it but me and Jerry Master, the French Canadian. A lot of quick plugs. Not here. I deal with older homes, so we have a lot of turn of the century and 50s construction. Are you French Canadian though, chicken? Is that where you're from? Quebec? Yeah. We? Why haven't we made more wee wee jokes then? Like we had all these opportunities. Hey, Volva. We're doing all right, man. How are you? Hope yours as well. Happy holidays and all that. I wouldn't have guessed you were French Canadian. You do have very good English. I will say it's strange to me how bad the English of French Canadians is. Which is, you know, I'm American. Like, we got one language. I'm not, like, trying to give them shit. Just more surprised. Because, like I said, I know quite a few Lebanese families, and they can all speak very good English, French, and Lebanese. But French Canada just really French. I think he's on right now, Reps. It is his scheduled time to be on, and he actually has kept to his schedule for like 9 years. Oh, congratulations, Volvo. That's exciting. Not just U.S. influence, like, I mean, again, the rest of Canada speaks English, so I think they just hate the Queen. Never lived in Quebec. Ah, that's probably why. Didn't live in Quebec. I will say, even like, there was a French Isaac streamer I used to talk to a bit, um, and his chat was like 90% French Canadians, and we had like very very little crossover with viewership, even though we both played the same game. I'm from Michigan. Yeah, it's not giving anyone shit for. I mean, like I said, I really cannot give anyone flack for not speaking English. It's not, or not, you know. I'm just always shocked by how good some people's English is. Pepperoni just used synonymously with sausage? No, never. That's wrong. That's incorrect. You're just up there at the boathouse, huh? I hope you're not behind that little rock. I don't think you are. You could be, though. Then again, we do call ham in America Canadian bacon for some dumb reason. It's just ham. No, it's not 1500. Or is it behind that rock and stuck? Because it's not doing anything at the moment. Literally nothing. There it goes. It moved. Why won't you do anything, fish? I think it might be dead on the other side of that tiny little rock. I did hook into another big one. And I'm debating if or not it's stuck again. Though that's an achievable location to move it. It's just, do I want to get in my boat and find out? I don't think it's dead yet. I think it might just be chilling. I don't want to lift it up on that land. It really hasn't moved at all, though, has it? I don't have a boat ticket. Where's Tommy? I made him send me like 3 today. My boat's definitely expired, and I don't have a ticket. Thanks for reminding me. I currently have a Type B, I think. For some dumb reason, I keep... It's because I only ever boat to Smelt Island. I think it is stuck, though. That leads me to believe it is stuck. Alright, we're gonna try this. This worked once before. I got scared. I don't want to lose it. The boys got me covered. Alright, we're gonna go for it, I think. I think it's dead. What do you think, Hardcore? Dead or not dead? It's gotta be dead, right? It would have moved by now. Alright. Well, I gotta reel in these other 2 fish real quick, because I don't want to lose them. This is the real brave play here. But I caught these at prime time. They could be gray char or perch. That one might be a trophy, though. Nah. Double check my rod. Make sure she's still tight. Oh, tight as a toiger. This is so dumb. I'm really afraid when I bump it, I'm gonna lose all my tension. Alright, I think we're gonna drive over, buy a fancy speedboat ticket. Brave? I mean, I feel like it's definitely better with bottom rods, but I feel like they're certainly not as forgiving with putting rods down as they used to be. Is this a 5-day? Oh, I thought it was a 1-day. I could have swore I read 1 day. Oh, a 1-day B. Okay. I mean, I could have just rented a boat ticket. You didn't have to give me that, but I'll take it. I'm no longer the guy who's gonna say no. I'm the guy who says yes. It's alright. I was in a B anyway. I didn't need an A yet. I'm gonna switch to an A just to drive back fast. Oh, you guys excited to see my fish on the other side of that rock? I sure hope the boat goes back there. Yeah, for Christmas. I'm gonna be sad if it's stuck again too, because I'll have spent a lot of money. You can't switch boats like that, huh? Okay, just move. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Hey, pal. You're stuck. Let me give you a little swat. Oh, no. It's on top of another rock. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, he moved a little. He moved a little. That'll get him. He'll go. He'll go. Come on, get out of there. Get out of there. I need somebody to ram him while I'm reeling. I cannot believe there's a little rock there. Ramming speed! Didn't work. And there's an invisible wall in here. Oh no, I can get in here. Oh, I thought I moved him a little there. Might be drunk. Why can I drive up on top of that rock, but not the one he's stuck in? Oh, he's moving. He's trying. It might even be worth running back to my rod, actually, looking at how he's flipping there. You think that's worth running? I mean, I can bump him off now for sure. I can't see him, but okay, he's free. He's free. Hustle. Hustle. Yeah. Yeah. It's like the end of True Grit. Spoilers. Yeah. 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 Be tight. It's not tight. Can I get off over here? It's not tight. He might get away. Fuck me. And I can't get off there. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, game. I swear to God, if you wouldn't got stuck again. All right. It's a straight line to me, fish. What are you doing going right? You're not why are you awake still? I don't know that he was dead. I think he might have just been stuck. He really is trying to go get stuck again. A repeat of the sturgeon, except this time I could ram him with my boat. And Free Willy. It's gonna take a second. Thank you, hardcore. You didn't go get behind that, did you? No. Alright. Oh man, it's going to be almost prime time again when I get this fish in. That's tight. Stop swimming. Stop swimming directions. Straight line to me, baby. He wasn't that big. I'm going to guess 29 kilograms. Any mods in chat? Can we get a prediction going? A plus or minus 30 kilograms prediction going? Now let's do a plus or minus 25 kilograms prediction. Dude, Volva was here earlier. He's not dead. Crazy. No, not you, the fish. I assumed you weren't dead. I thought the fish was dead. He's still got fight left in him. Oh my god, stop. What do you think, Hardcore? Closest without going over? I think 29 kilograms is a safe-ish bet. It'll probably be more like 27, but I'm hoping for big, or than smaller. 22 is bigger than 22. It's bigger than 22. I've landed at 22. He didn't put up nearly this much of a fight. I tried an over-under. I think 25 is a good bet. Good guess. $1, Bob? I hope it's 34. It only needs to be like 129 for the weekly, so let's hope for that. Big Dan goes big. It's in his name. I'll be really upset if it's 22 because I've landed at 20. 22 is my biggest, and it was a much easier fight. 122 for Global Weekly. That's all we need. Easy. I want to see a 122 in person. It's got to just look ridiculous. Someday. Yeah, this was both of them are on the Tagara. I just landed the 22 a couple days ago, too. It didn't go anywhere. It ran the other way towards the barrier and just stopped before it got there. 24.5 for US Weekly. Oh, this is a US Weekly, or my name ain't Richard the Fish Hammer. Is it Brops US Weekly? Oh, let's take it. We don't care about US Weeklies except when it's with Brop. Oh, I'm so wet. I got wet socks. I got wet underwear on. What am I doing? I didn't mean to go live. Oh. You're also wet? Dude, it's wet out. With the walk kids in the parade. And I had an umbrella over me the whole time, like a real big umbrella. Did nothing. The only part of me that stayed dry was my butt cheeks. Every other part of me damp. I feel like umbrellas are supposed to have more coverage than just your badunkadunk. The problem with rain is it's usually I almost just cut my line. It's usually accompanied by wind. We very rarely just get straight down rain. No, 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 no. You guys don't have to come fish out here. Beat my bleak record. Go for that one. Get a blue tag already, Rob. You're embarrassing the guild. I got a blue tag today, chat, for the 6 people that know anything about fishing. That's exciting. Third one was a bleak. It was worth $28. I legitimately was going to let it go. What I had been doing over there was when I saw a fish I didn't want, I'd just shake my bobber and get rid of it. So I was legitimately going to grab my pole. I thought it was a small roach. So I went and grabbed my pole, but the fish had already taken it underwater, so I just lifted it up. I didn't even get to look at it in the little screen because I just pressed spacebar in a hurry thinking it was a small roach and wanting to get back to my little bleaks. But who knew that when bleaks get really big, they turn silver and grow scales? There's an achievement for releasing a blue tag. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about achievements. Does achievements give me silver? Need to eat? No, I'm like full. I need energy. What I need is something that gives me energy. Russian pancakes, ain't it? Nah, I won't release any blue tag ever. I'd release one if it was one of the named ones, maybe. I'd consider it. But otherwise, I probably won't. Mounted your only blue tag? I wish I would have mounted my Citral, but I didn't know mounting existed when I caught it. I think it was just happened. But my other was just a mediocre blue tag gibble, and this is a mediocre blue tag. I'll mount anything that actually is a record. This wasn't even a fucking water body record. I did catch a non-trophy crucian today that set a water body record, which was funny. I'm sure it was just a U.S. water body record, but still very funny. Can you blue tag a minnow? Yeah, a lake minnow, blue tag lake minnow, I'm sure. I think every fish can be blue tagged. Not necessarily on every lake, but can be blue tagged. Dude, the fucking reflections get so disorienting because there's worse than this too. Fucking Balea, that whole side confuses me. It all looks like a big rock. Man, my finger's tired. Glad I'm not having to reel this in real life. Why do they put 2 M's in gram there? Is that normally how gram is written? Or is that a typo on the fishing pole? Like lake records? I mean, having a actual absolute lake record's a pretty cool thing, hardcore. It's considering the number of fish that get caught in this game. It's pretty cool. I don't give a fuck about weeklies or US. I mean, I don't mind the US ones because it's funny more so than anything. We are US at this point in the game. We're like 50% of the US players. In Russia, gram is with 2 M's. Okay, that's what I was. That's exactly what I was wondering for too. Not a typo. Just the way Russians write out gram. He's still got some fight in him. Bonkers. Yeah, I know, Gravis. We fucked around a little with him. It was boring, though. And I already have a blue tag Gibble, so I didn't really need to do it. Noodler Ned talks now, Doge. We had a conversation. You did. In the same day, Ned talked and lost a fish. While talking to me. He didn't have like any answer for why he hadn't been talking, which was kind of funny, but it wasn't a big joke, which is disappointing. He did. He lost the fish while typing to me. I owned him so hard. And his favorite Tom Hanks movie is Road to Perdition. Not You've Got Mail like I predicted. I'm glad it wasn't. Everyone in the game thought it was going to be Castaway, and I'm glad he's not a simple fool that picks the easy choice of Castaway. He said he'd been holding down the fishing guild for a year while no one else was talking. Which is, I guess that's a fair argument, to not have to talk. Y'all weren't here for a year. You fill the bar all the way. Why does it seem like the fish is impossible to catch? So the fish is big and heavy. So see how slow I'm reeling? You haven't seen my reel come around yet. It hasn't come around once yet. There it is. And there it's going. It's going. It'll be back in a while. So, it's very far away. That fish got 250 meters away. And it's at least, we like almost all are in agreement, it's at least 20 kilograms. Yeah, I do have low energy, but that's pretty irrelevant in the grand scheme. It's like 10% of the slow speed when they're this heavy. I don't even know what that is, Angel. And pausing to get my energy back, I don't think is more efficient than just reeling it through. No, he's not really fighting me. He's just, every once in a while he like turns sideways, but he's pretty dead. It was, like, if you saw the first part, when it ran all the way to that corner, it started 26 meters out from me this way. And then ran all the way behind that little rock there. And I had to go push it with my boat. This is sturgeon. I know what it is because I rammed it with my boat to get it unstuck. Yeah, it was all the way behind that rock, though. I mean, it's like 5 feet long. I'm guessing, based on, like, how big I think things are in this video game. But it's a big fish. All the biggest fish in this game are sturgeon. Some big catfish, too. I don't know what the catfish record is, but I guess it's 200 kilos plus. Might even be closer to 5. Feels like 5 foot. You know, I feel like I've got a decent fish size guess. I'm missing prime time. I didn't get it in time. Yeah, see, like that pole there, I think it's just the fish turning. It's just so big that when it turns, it makes me react to it. .7 meters, yeah. I was judging based on the size of my dinghy compared to it. I've been in a lot of dinghies. Got a lot of dinghy experience. So either it's about 5 foot or the scale of their dinghy is way off. I've spent a lot of my life in dinghy. I drove a dinghy from South Haven, Michigan to Chicago, Michigan. How far is that, Doge? Use your fancy military maps. Did I say Chicago, Michigan? I hope not, because that would have been dumb and wrong. I did. Okay. Chicago, Illinois. Yeah. We know where Chicago is. You can, if it's a really clear night, you can see Chicago glowing, and that's how we get there. We did it like, I don't know, 6, 7 times. Just to spend the night and should hang out in Chicago for the night. Illinois kicked Chicago out. Michigan bought it. It'd be the other way around. Chicago would buy all of Michigan. Wow, hardcore. 159 miles around the edge of the lake. A little less than 80 miles in a straight line. We went in about a straight line. I almost got ran over by a freighter. Not really, but like they're big enough and their wake is spooky enough that it felt that way. Yeah, 80 miles. It's 80 miles. It's a long distance. It's like 76. That's about where we'd always end up. Navy Pier. Yeah. It's a long drive. You know, an inflatable boat with a 10-horse motor doing about 19 across a 300-foot deep lake. And I can't swim. It just wasn't a good choice. But we were teenagers. And Chicago sounded fun. And it was every time we went. I can't swim. I can't swim in Lake Michigan. If I went overboard in Lake Michigan, I would drown. I can swim in an inland lake. No waves, I'm good. But Lake Michigan has waves, and they would hit me in the face, and I would drown. I could maybe attempt to float on my back for a few hours in hope for rescue. Yeah, Lake Michigan's choppy. It's just like even on a good day, it's 3-4 foot choppy, which yeah. My buddy rescued me from drowning out there like 3 times. It's almost here. You see the little white circle above the tension bar? When that gets full, the fish is in. That's how much line is left to reel in. It took us about as long in the dinghy as it took to drive there, though. I think we'd make it in like about 3 hours. So yeah, that math adds up, right? You said 80 miles, and we were going about 20, yeah? Also, 3 hours in an inflatable boat in the dark is less than thrilling. We did it in a cigarette boat once, and it only took like 50 minutes. And like $180 in gas. Or some shit the guy said. Hope there was beer. We were like 15 when we did this. There wasn't any beer. I'd love one of those big inflatable dinghies. They're nuts. Some of the guys out there have these fucking giant ones with double 250s on the back. He looks huge when I'm zoomed in. Massive. He looks okay. You hardcore. This is why it took so long, though. Now you understand. See how quickly you move the fish? A lot faster when you just walk backwards. This is a little risky. Yeah, he's not as big as I thought. He might only be 25. Get into this net, sir. You fit. Never mind. He's way bigger than any of us thought. Big Dan. Big Dan was a goddamn genius. And he's over 5 foot. Big Dan said 46. The next closest was like a 34. Big Dan. What a genius. $100,000 experience. Ain't bad. What is trophy? You're gonna tell me like 50 kilos and I'm gonna cry? Fuck off. You're kidding me. Oh, 100. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, this fish gets way bigger than Russian. Because Russian sturgeon's 50 kilos. I think that's my biggest fish. It is. Biggest fish yet. Caught another rare trophy, Raptors. The other one under the tree, I think, was bigger, too. It looked bigger for sure. A roach? Close. Oblique. It looks a lot like a roach. Thought it was a roach. Not even a trophy as big. Yeah, of course. What's a beluga trophy at? It's pretty easy to have your biggest fish not a trophy. All the critter blue tags. Wow, I have a sitchel. That's a real fish. And a gibble. Beluga's trophy's 1,000 kilos. Yeah, so your whole statement's dumb hardcore. How's it feel to be dumb and wrong? $500 kilos. Either way, his statement's dumb and wrong. Everyone's biggest fit. Now I'm just gonna look at the trophy list. Beluga, Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take ya. Yeah, 500. Everyone's biggest fish should be a non-trophy until they trophy a beluga. Or they're just doing it wrong. What's your biggest fish, hardcore? I'll look, so you can't lie to me. There's a way to look, I think. Days in game. There's a way to look. There. Your biggest fish was that one you just fucking caught and it's barely bigger than mine? You've caught 56,000 fish, bro. You got one rare trophy. Do you even play this game? Get out of here, scrub. Got him, chat. Why aren't I beluga fishing then? Because they don't eat smelt. Did you come to my fucking spot and steal all my small perch? I don't like to waste my bait. I caught all these smelts, so then I gotta use them. I was getting my, I got my bait harvesting to 95.1 today. Mole crickets, baby. I just gotta do 5 more days of squishing 100 fish during happy hour. Mole crickets are the secret, actually, to, I think, this sturgeon specifically. Yep. Mole crickets. That's how you do it. Yeah, that one was a baby. Not like a baby, but like I've caught them down at like 10 kilo, I think is my smallest one. How do you pull 183 kilograms? It doesn't weigh 183 kilograms. Well, it weighs 183 kilograms, but water. Buoyancy is the thing. It's like, you know, it's like a thing with water. And if you think that one's impressive, you should look at other bigger fish. That ain't even the big one. 1,076 kilograms. And those are real. Like that's not only is that record real, but that fish has been caught up to 1,500 kilograms in real life. Yeah, the landing it's from the water to shore, you would need help. That, like me fitting that thing into my tiny little net somehow, the last one didn't make sense. It was a 6-foot fish. Yet somehow I fit it into that. It's not even a deep net. It's like a dip net. That's like smaller than the net I use for bass. But don't question it. I cut him up. Little pieces. I dextered that motherfucker. A good American fishing game? I like the Russian fishing. I'm not saying I wouldn't mind some American lakes added to Russian fishing, but then they'd have to change the name. I would only want it just because species variety is fun. And by limiting themselves to Russia, they limit themselves to species variety. Not so much for bass fishing, though. Because, like, who cares about bass? They're lame and easy and small. A giant flathead or a blue cat? I'm going to record it this year, Dosh. I don't remember what the one I landed, the channel I landed in my YouTube video was, but it was 20 or something. And very difficult to land by myself. I was trying to figure out how to hold the fish up and use the net. At one point, I genuinely had the rod like this over my head, and I was trying to use my neck to lift the rod. I had never catfished alone. It is a decent channel, yeah. It was up there. I don't think it was quite there. I don't remember. I think I might have waited in the video. Or at least it said. I've got a couple of 20-pound channels. Yeah, that's understandable. If somebody did that around here to a salmon fisherman or somebody, man, there'd be gunfire. Or at least a stabbing. I was about to go grab... I found a bottle of vape juice in the back of my car. The good stuff. I've been on the crap for a week. With a tech, you just moved to Ohio. I would like to go south and do some catfishing. Bad. What are you? A whitefish of some type? That's a big whitefish, isn't it? Maybe, maybe, maybe. Nah. You don't think a channel gets much bigger than 20? Michigan channel catfish record. 40 pounds. I thought so. 20 is a good channel, but it's definitely not record. My little brother caught a hog this year. He actually got the bigger one. Actually, it was the one closer to 20. Nah, mine must have been like 15. I catfish real close to the Great Lake Michigan, though, so we get some pretty good catfish. A little river, or a decent-sized river right next to Lake Michigan. My biggest flathead's 25, just under. It was 24 or something. I have it all written. I keep track of all my biggests, my PBs, in a notebook in my boat. $10 to $14 cat channels, yeah. That's pretty. If you're near like a decent lake or on a decent sized river, that's pretty consistent. And using good sized bait. I think my little brother had the biggest one this year. We sat out. That's the longest I've fucking fished without like being successful. Why do you change, Facebook? Just stay the same forever. Are turtles? My biggest turtle, circle hooks, first of all. And secondly, my biggest turtle's on a crankbait. Soft shell turtles, man. Turtles do love the road. Use your mole crickets, bro. Are those turtles or tortoises, Minnie? I'm just assuming that it's not that wet. Yeah, I've saved so many dumb snapping turtles. Snapping turtles is our big turtle here, the one that's always out in the damn road. You get some painters. You used to get box turtles, but they all got ran over. Aren't those things like nasty invasive, dumb? The only nasty invasive species I'm like a tiny bit excited for and know I shouldn't be is hogs. They are broad shell turtles. Oh, cool. Snappers ain't so bad. Just don't stick your finger in their face. The big ones get fucking real shitty. They get real mean. The little ones aren't bad. They rarely even snap at me. Uh-oh. This is my small setup. We're gonna set that one down for a minute. Raptors is fucking unreal slaying fish over there right now. Hurry, it's losing tension! It's been proven they aren't messing with the ecosystem. How long have they been there? I don't like to call people I don't know wrong, but I feel like they haven't been there nearly long enough for us to say that. 25 or 20 years? It's a bit. But lots of fish and species in general end up naturalized. We talked about this the other night. And lots of fish we worry about end up not being terrible. Lionfish in Florida was a big giant scare, but they seem to be managing themselves just fine, thanks to hurricanes. And the fact that they're really tasty. Are you by water then, Minnie? Like fresh water? Some pork off the balcony. I don't live in an area where I could get pork off my balcony, but there will be plenty of places to hunt them when they get here. Doc, thank you for the 67 months. And it's inevitable. IMO. Yeah, this is gonna run me wild. Wouldn't call it fresh, but it's definitely not salt. Yeah. Yes, because I think in general the attempt is let's remove them. You know, they're not supposed to be here. Let's remove them if we can, and that usually doesn't work. And and then we figure out, yeah, it is what it is. The worst part I heard, now I don't know if this is true, but the worst part I heard was people were killing eels, thinking they were snakehead, and that the eel populations are struggling really, really bad on the East Coast. Yeah, bowfin get murdered everywhere, sadly. Everyone's convinced bowfin are garbage fish just because that's what they were told. I hear eels are pretty delicious too. I don't know if it's true or not, but I hear they are. Pretty good eats. Bowfin are pretty fun. They don't get massive. I caught a fucking hog this year, the biggest one I've ever seen. But they're fun. And you catch them in some really interesting places. They love fucking hot, shallow water, dude, so you can be in some of the nastiest backwater, 6 inches of fucking water and land a 6-pound fish, which is pretty cool. You can't really eat a lot of it. They're super fatty, but tasty, huh? But that's why bowfin aren't, nobody cares about them. They're nasty because of the fact that they live in shallow, hot water. So they're literally, the minute you fucking fillet a bowfin, its meat starts melting. Like, looks disgusting. It's just mush. And that's why people were taught by their grandpa, bowfin or shitty fish, get rid of them. And it's because people used to just use lakes as a source of food and nothing else. So if it inconvenienced them in eating to live, then it got put in a list of fish that we don't care about. But it's been here longer than all of our other native species, besides like sturgeon. I think sturgeon's the oldest, right? And then bowfin. So it's not fucking with bass populations. It's not fucking with perch populations. Yeah, I've heard people catch them in the weirdest places like that. Because they will end up getting trapped. Lakes and rivers and stuff will flood out these drainage ditches, and then when the water dries up, they end up staying in the little swampy pond that's left behind. I've seen some of them caught where they're like almost white because they live in such nasty, mucky water that they don't get any sun. Yeah, they're fun, man. I was catching them on accident. I was catfishing, and I didn't realize didn't realize I'd been casting super shallow. I thought I was casting into deeper water, but I was overshooting the hole. They were picking up my chunks of fish. I have no problem with pike. Pike are good. Good eats. That really is it, Steve. And in some places, pike are killed on site. Like Alaska, I'm pretty sure. And parts, probably not Canada anymore, but I know Alaska for sure. There's a lot of guys who kill them because they can get way better fish. Pike kill tons of fish. Yeah, but again, they've been here. It's fine. It's not hurting anybody. It's not a big deal. The only time that, and again, we should not be the ones saying, the dude who fishes the lake 3 times a year should not be the one saying, too many pike here. Like we... Never heard of a pike? Yeah, they're not south, right? They don't get south of, like, Indiana, I don't think. I don't know what this is. I think it's a smaller sturgeon, but I think it's another sturgeon. This is my small rod, though. New Jersey are required to move them. That's fine. I got no beat. Again, those things are fine. That's where you're being told, get rid of a fish. Of course, I totally stand behind it. I just don't like when people make up their own rules. Based on old folklore. Lots of places tell you to kill lots of fish. We don't get it as much where I'm at because most of our fish are contained. They're contained ecosystems. But the rest of the fucking world, lakes are usually man-made from damming up rivers. Because Granddad said so, yeah. They're like most of the guys I do my bass tournaments with, when they catch a bowfin, they slit its throat. Yep, and you get into a lot of stocking things where they would prefer... It's not like pike is a fish that's in danger. It's not like it's a fish that's going to have trouble. Bowfin are coming back here with a vengeance. They were, like, non-existent in my childhood days in my area. But I think I caught a dozen last year on accident. I wasn't targeting them once. You're not allowed to return bowfin in New Jersey, and I have no idea why. In all of New Jersey? I think you're wrong. I don't like to accuse people of being wrong, but I think that's a false statement. It's very rarely a rule is statewide. Very rarely. Especially for a native fish. Unless I'm mistaken that bowfin aren't native there. But I would imagine they're native there since we're kind of similar climate. Yeah, fish tend to go in north-south. Some of the rivers I fished last year had kill rules, bait kill rules, all kinds of things. North gets all the good fish until you live in the north your whole life and you want to go south and fish fucking stripers or blue cats or anything saltwater. Is snakehead, yes. And snakehead and bowfin are often confused, exactly what we kind of were talking about. A lot of people kill bowfin because they think it's a snakehead. Which is sad, because it's been there for fucking like a million years. And is wrongly targeted as a snakehead, yeah. Yeah, stripers look insanely fun, dude. And the cool part with them is they eat like the same shit. New Jersey has an New Jersey's the one I think that implemented the first, at least that I know of, the first place to implement hook law specifically. And I think it's New Jersey. There's definitely a state over there on the east side of the U.S. where you have to use circle hooks for stripers. Yeah, we just don't have any of the big rivers, so we don't have a lot of those fish. The lake I live on is 80 acres. You're not getting a blue cat. It's 30 foot deep and 80 acres. No blue cats in there, and there's no streams or rivers in or out. Doris staying with 85 months. But I love the circle hook rules. I think circle hooks are the greatest fishing invention in my lifetime. If you aren't using them for catfishing, you should. It takes a tiny bit of getting used to not jumping up and setting the hook on your rod every time you get a bite. But they are amazing. It's opened up sport catfishing to the world. Yeah, bowfin and snakehead look very similar. I think snakehead are a little more spotty. But like their body structure is very, very similar. I don't have to deal with the two, so I don't need to know them apart. 200 feet deep, yeah. Yeah, no. The deepest hole in my lake is actually like 46 feet, but it was like 34 feet when I moved here. My lake's just way up. Yeah, that's another one. Fish change based on where you're at. Bass from Michigan look so different than bass from the south. Catching bass down in, where was I? Tennessee. They were like this faded white-green look. Up here, ours are like dark brown to dark green. We're always worried about, because the Great Lakes have access to so many rivers, we're always worried about encroaching. But again, I don't have to worry about it because I'm fishing in lakes that aren't connected to Lake Michigan. I don't have a boat for Lake Michigan, sadly. I wish I did. Yeah, smallmouth get golden. But just largemouth even here are way darker, way darker. But it's that muddy water, man. You get south again. You get to Indiana, and everywhere south of Indiana, the water is just brown. Our water here is in the morning when the sun isn't reflecting on the water. You can see 12 foot deep in my lake. See the bottom clear as day. Which is a ton of fun for sight fishing. And then the sun ruins it. It does indeed ruin it. It sucks too, because I love sight fishing, man. There's nothing, and by sight fishing I don't mean like, hey look, there's a fish, I'm gonna throw my bait at it, because it's a lot harder than you think to spot a fish even when your water is clear, because fish don't move that much. But I love throwing out a lure and immediately seeing a fish wake up and come swimming at it. Open up their gills and the bait in. I finally got into smallmouth this year for the first time. I had never really done it. We don't have them in my area. Yeah, dude, bed fishing here is so bad hardcore because, like, you can see fish beds from 50 feet away. Like, literally. But I love seeing them run to the lure. And even when you can't see, that's another reason I love fishing shallow. When you see the fucking wake of their back headed right to where your bait is. Nothing gets my dick harder. Yeah, all of our smallies head to Lake Michigan and disappear all summer. But last fall I got into them pretty good. Or this fall I got into them pretty good. Nothing crazy. I think like just 3 pounds was my best. But they certainly got a lot more fight than a largemouth does. I think that's river fish in general though. River fish are just strong. Every day is tail day when you're a river fish. That was an 18 kilo. Not bad, Narga. Not bad. Proud of you. That was my Narga, yeah. That was, I'm surprised. It's alright, I'm down to like 2 smelts, so my time here is almost up. Could my ultralight do an 18 kilo? Yes. If I could really control where it ran. The problem with the ultralight is, and this is what makes the ultralight special too, is the size of the reel, right? You see how big that fucking reel is? You see how the size of that spool and how much line is on there? See the size of that reel and how much line is on there? So that's the problem. If I could control the fish, if I could get it into like a bay and get it running back and forth and not running away. But the problem with the ultralight is you really gotta be able to control them. Yeah, no, definitely crafty. Like, the one where I notice it the most is carp, dude. Lake carp compared to river carp, or it's fucking night and day, dude. A river carp is a monster. Yeah, there's not a ton of information there, Raptors, but the concept exists that you could land potentially endless size with an ultralight, right? Or whatever, the biggest fish that's out there. The potential exists. If the fish gets to the surface, we don't know if there's a like a gear cap. Or at least I don't. I don't think anybody has any specific information on this game. Fishing Planet had that though, where if the fish drastically outsized the gear, no matter how long you fought it, you could never land it. There's a whole Google Doc. There's fish you can't land outrace. Mech breakdown and stuff. Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, though. No, that doesn't, because if you could drive to the fish, so if I was on 1,000-kilogram sturgeon and it ran into a cove and just ran back and forth for 700 hours, would it eventually exhaust so that I could drive my boat over to it and net it? That has nothing to do with mech strength. When you're on big ultralights, I mean, like, you're taming, you didn't lift that out of the water. You drove over to it and netted it up, or you drug it to shore and netted it up. So that doesn't have anything to do with mech. Yeah, now that's definitely an option, Raptor. But, again, positioning is everything, right? If you could get it in a position where you didn't have to burn your shit up. Though I guess you're always doing wear and tear on, like, your line and stuff, regardless if it's point drag or not. But like here, you know, there's the chance exists that you run one into the smelt pond and it just stays back there. And you just sit in your boat outside smelt pond waiting for that fucking fish to get tired. How long would it take? I don't know. Because I know that a lot of guys back in the day, I don't hear people talking about it as much, but they used to just turn their fucking drag down to like 3 and just let the fish run. Three people got Trophy Baltic on Ultralight? Yeah, exactly. It's doable. It's just how many hours of your life are you going to invest in it? Yeah, you're making the case for onshore, though, Outrace. You're making the case for one specific scenario. And I'm just saying in general. Was a general idea. The question that was initially asked was, could you? And as you see, 100-kilo Baltic sturgeon can be landed on ultralight. Are people macroing? Is that not against the rules? And this, I mean, this is far bigger than the mech strength of any ultralight. All of those. I mean, that one's bigger than the mech strength of a... Okay, well, that wasn't the question, Outrace. That's a whole nother scenario. and not at all what I was making an argument for. Like I said, if you get the fish trapped, yes, you're correct that yes, you cannot reel in every fish with an ultralight or with any reel for that matter. There's no reel in existence in this game that can reel in every single fish. Especially because we know belugas get bigger. You would have to get into some kind of small, like, it wouldn't even be reeling. You'd probably be locking and pulling. Because the biggest belugas are bottom, right? So they weren't done with a boat, but they may have been pushed with a boat still. Yeah, but there's no rod to match it, right, Raptors? Nothing even close to match it with a rod, right? Yeah, those are all bottom. Yeah. And as we know with this game, the weakest component is always the issue. Yeah. It's still the line. What's the biggest line? Isn't even that big, is it? Yeah, hooks is another weak point too. There's a bunch of them. There's just a bunch of points that are too weak for the size of the fish, but that still can get done. Hey, I have that. Is it worth more? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, is it hockey time? Did I miss a hockey game? That wasn't the worst couple hours of my life, huh? No, not a terrible. Not great. Oh, I'm short. That's 75 bucks. I almost want to go get the rest of those. It's not worth it, but I almost want to. Maybe it is worth it. Where else am I going to use all these bleak up at? There was a big gibble carp order earlier, but I never got there. Yeah, the Evs are fucking a real good team, and we are not, so it was to be expected that we got smoked. But we've had a way better year than we have the last, like, 5, so I'm not complaining. What's the score? You can just tell me the score, I don't care. They have been doing a lot of them not on what was FS Detroit. He did score a hat trick last night. He's fucking hilarious, of all things, is what it was. Kid's been tossed around minor league hockey his whole life, is only getting called up because they have like 9 people out on COVID. And then he scores a fucking hat trick. Probably be the only 3 goals the man ever scores in the NHL. Good for him, though. I love those stories. As much as, like, Tim Thomas was a fucking asshat, his story was still cool. Not getting, like, real professional play until he was in his 30s as a goaltender. Yeah, we have, like, 2 out of the... we have, like, first and third for high-scoring rookies this year. And on an incredibly low-scoring team. It's not like they're being carried by good players. They've been doing it on their own, so we're on the way. And one of them's a defenseman, which is where we have fucking struggled so hard. A 20-year-old and an 18-year-old, too. Just have to hope they can get there before the rest of our guys age out. Vancouver Canucks. I have to cheer against Canada. All of Canada. Which was hard when the Sedin twins played. I liked the Sedin twins. I have 102 Bleak. And I'm very sad the Sedins never got a cup. Kind of breaks my heart a little bit. Though, fuck you, Canada. As an American, I find it very funny that Canada hasn't won the Stanley Cup in, like, forever. Though they've still won more, but, like, it's been a long time. But they get the Olympic gold medals, so I guess that's fine. Those are cool too, I guess. It's no Lord Stanley, whoever that guy was. More money to put into it? Yeah, of course. That's not it, though, Park Rock. Really. Like, hockey isn't baseball. Baseball has this, you know, money ball going on with teams that are trying to put together winning teams with a third of the budget of other teams. There are very, very few hockey teams that don't hit their salary cap every single year. It's really more just luck that Canada hasn't won it. That's it. It's inevitable with salary caps and the way they work. The pros and cons of salary caps. Yeah, there is, and everybody hits it. That's what I'm saying. Unlike the fucking baseball, the baseball where you've got teams that literally have like a third of what fucking big teams have. Canada also is, like, hockey is far more successful in Canada than here. We have a team right now that doesn't even know where they're going to play next year because they don't have anyone who wants to own them. NHL's had to support them. They're getting kicked out of their town. It's not Phoenix anymore. It's just Arizona. Phoenix became Arizona, and now they have no idea where they're going to be next year. They literally do not have a rink planned as of now. They're in trouble for not paying taxes. They don't even pay their bills. Jesus. Yeah, the only reason they're still there is because it's like to keep the numbers even. They were talking about just letting the team die out like happened to the Jets. But Vancouver and Maple Leafs specifically have an insanely big budget, and I would say pretty close to like all the NHL teams for success, minus like I don't know, the Islanders have sucked forever. The Rangers maybe, I don't know. Chicago's been kind of big the last couple of years. Because you're a Swede. Wow, you should be a Red Wings fan. Oh, wait, no, Swede. Yeah, wait, yeah. Did the Switzerland, Sweden thing. You should be a Red Wings fan. We had great Swedes for years. Red Wings still suck. We're getting there. We got, like I just said, we got our two rookies this year are both in the top 3 rookie scoring. So that's exciting. But yeah, we still suck. We're above 50% win ratio for the first time in like 5 years. One of our star players won't get the vaccine, so he can't play in Canada. That doesn't help. Also has COVID. Can't play at all. That doesn't help. I love the realignment. I don't have to fucking stay up till 10 o'clock to wait for California games to start. I will say I don't like the small number of games we play outside the division, though. Like, seeing a team once a year kind of sucks. Oh, yeah. How can you not? He was a great dude. Not just, like, success, but just, like, good personality, you know? Big Raymond? Yeah. He's doing great, too. We played him. I can't believe we played him. We're, like, notorious for not playing our youngsters and making them go play a dumb amount of time in the AHL. But he is out there and killing it. He's leading in points, I think, right now. We're tied for first on our team. And again, he's not being carried, so it's not like he's playing next to an Ovechkin or something like that. And just racking up free assists. He's good, man. I can't believe how good he is for a kid. Smart kid. A Blues fan? Gotta be the worst name in hockey. Maybe sports. Maybe pro sports. Okay, no. But definitely in hockey. Wild is pretty bad. They always have the worst fucking logos, I think. Isn't their new one god-awful? Jenkins, thank you for the 77 months. Oh, no, that one's not bad. Maybe I'm not even thinking. Who's got the really shitty logo right now? It's like horrendous. That's an old sheet. That's an even older sheet. It's got the Mighty Ducks on it still. That's got the fucking Boston Whalers. Come on, can I get an updated one here? The New Jersey Devils. The worst jerseys? Crazy. Always liked the Devils. They'd be my second. Well, yeah, they'd be my second team probably. It was a hard choice. I like Tampa Bay too, and not because of Stevie, but because of fucking St. Louis. He was the best, dude. I love that little man. I loved watching playing against him. Avalanche is a 90s kid. So I didn't get into hockey until the Red Wings started winning. And shortly after the Red Wings were winning, New Jersey won. Controls are weird. F1 will help. I remember we made a fucking tinfoil Stanley Cup that we then turned into the tinfoil Stanley Cup bong. Pipe. More of a pipe. Look, it was big, so I called it a bong, but it was more of a pipe. Then I got out of hockey for many, many years. And didn't get back into it till my brothers started going to local games. Which are fun, but they suck. I mean, they're not that bad. Like, fuck. We got beat by a bunch of ECHL players last night. Kids called up because of COVID. I feel bad for, like, the really good players in the last 10 years. We had so many shortened seasons. The Ovechkins and Crosbys and stuff. Man, we've had so many shortened seasons and so many... We had the fucking lockout and so many things to affect their overall stats. Ovechkin could have retired by now. He's not going to retire until he gets that #1 in goals. Zetterberg? I miss Zetterberg and Datsyuk. The two of them together was lovely. Like, so he has said multiple times he won't retire until he gets that record. And he's got enough life left in him. If he can stay healthy, which he has. I mean, that's why, unlike Crosby, I mean, that's the big thing with Ovechkin, dude. That's where the value in Ovechkin is, too. Mike Madonna, we got him in his, like, last year. But Ovechkin's only missed, like, at most, like, 20 games in a season. I mean, he will officially be the greatest goal scorer once he gets the record. Yeah, I believe he'll get it. I don't see him, unless, God forbid, some injury. You know, he's getting up there. He's, what, 36 or something like that? But they've got plenty of good players to support OV2 to get there. Like, he's not going to get taken off that top line. Not saying he deserves it or anything like that, but they got good young kids coming up there too. He also just has like a bonkers number of shots, doesn't he? Isn't it ludicrous? Last I saw, I thought his numbers like just unbelievably outweighed everyone around him. Is my reel locked? It was, yes. Just stay playoff teams forever. We did 21 years or something like that. But like the bitch with that, it was like 10 years of we were never gonna be good enough to win. And it fucking killed us in drafts. And then we end up getting last in the league like 2 years in a row and can't get a pick above 4. That shit sucks. That shit sucks real bad. Talk about... Because it's not just like bad luck for a season, right? That's bad luck for like potentially 10, 20 years of bad luck because you can't draft well or lottery well. Plenty of first rounders wash out, I guess. Rarely first picks, so end up being not valuable at all. Or then losing and still not getting the draft. Because that's the bitch. There's no guarantee to draft that high. But we didn't have a first round pick for like 10 years. Down 6-3. Yeah, it was pretty destined to lose tonight, I thought. We've got a pretty tough schedule this month. That's a chub again? Where'd these chub coming from? There's been quite a few of those Bigfoot. I mean, DiPietro and the Islanders? DiPietro and the Islanders was like the worst contract in NHL history, last I knew. Fuck, he's probably still getting paid. Kuznetsov is the most annoying name in hockey. Best name in hockey, Mayo. I turned on the TV the other day and it just said, Mayo's all over the ice tonight. And I was like, what the fuck is happening in this game? We normally throw octopuses, but Mayo's cool too. But yeah, Islanders gave DiPietro like $9 million a year or something stupid to begin with for a goaltender. And then the fucker was injured like forever. Just non-stop plagued by injuries. And like I said, NHL lives in a world where we hit our salary caps. This isn't baseball where you can just pay more money and buy another player. It's Rich Ham like the amount. Like the majority of trading that happens in the NHL is just people trying to make salary cap to pay for new players. Like fucking Edmonton, how many first picks did they get in a row? They couldn't afford all those kids. They were a wild one, man. They got so many first picks in a row and still never managed to put together a Stanley Cup team. DiPietro is getting paid $1.5 million per year till the 28-29 season. Yeah. Yeah. He was like the first big NHL contract that just exploded in the team's face. Yeah, that's what I was saying. DiPietro was like when I first started watching hockey was gonna be the greatest goaltender of all time, and it sucks for him. Like it's sad for him. I mean, minus the fact that he got super rich to never do anything, but 4.5 for 15 years. So yeah, it was like 9 million though. It was the way the contracts work is they taper off. Like I said, he's getting paid 1.5 million for probably the next 7 years or whatever, but I think it was like 9 million for the first 5 years, and he only got to play like half a season, maybe a season. I don't know exactly, but it was not long. Not long in what was a 15-year contract. His son is supposed to be pretty good too. Yeah, I love the families. I think we. No, I know that they were talking about Lidstrom's kids the other day. I miss Lidstrom. The perfect human. Probably one of my favorite high-scoring players that had literally zero talent to do like anything you expect a hockey player to do was Holmstrom. His entire career was based on standing in front of the net and tipping pucks as they came at him. I remember like one of his last seasons, he scored a goal from like 25 feet, and they did a whole bunch of checking on that cast, the sports cast, and that was the furthest he'd ever scored a goal from. It was like it wasn't even far. But dude had like a couple of 50-goal seasons by literally just standing there and going, "Got your goal." But he got so bad at the end from just planting himself in front of the net like that. His knees were bowed out. You'd see him walking down the hall, and his knees were all like he'd been riding a horse his whole life. He couldn't skate. He was the slowest man I've ever seen on hockey skates. But he could tip a fucking puck. That was all he did. Which is also a very funny rule with hockey. You can like you can get hit with a puck and you get the goal if it bounces off your body. Like you don't even got to be looking the right direction. You could be facing the backwards, get hit in the back of the head, and the puck goes in. And you get a goal forever, permanently on your stats. No, it's a goal. If the last person the puck touches gets the goal. There's assists too, but the assists go to the people who touched it before the guy who touched it last. And touched means in any way, shape, or form. You could lick it. You could lick it into the goal and you would get credit. And fucking Marchand probably will try. He's suspended again, right? What a fucking asshat. He's so fucking good at the game, but he's just such a piece of shit. He literally licked players, chat. He got suspended from the league for licking people. Licking their faces. He's so good at pissing people off, though. All he does is fucking make the other team mad at him, and then they get a penalty for attacking him. You can't kick it in. It can bounce off your foot, though. You just don't move your foot. You can redirect a puck into the net with your foot if your foot is planted stationary. Or if you're skating in the direction of the net and you don't, but it's the kicking motion. This is very important and causes for some really interesting puck reviews. Because it's really hard to judge someone's intent. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, if the ref intended on stopping the play, your goal can. That one rarely happens anymore. I feel like it used to happen more often. If the ref intended to call the play dead, he can just decide, nope, sorry, that's not a goal. But I don't see that one very often anymore. Maybe it's just because we don't score very many goals. We get scored on a lot, though, so. It is a weird one. There's human error in sports, though, right? It's the umpire thing of baseball. We've already determined that a robot could do it better. I do like that hockey only has video review for goals, too. Oh, there's a one challenge now, right? I just can't. Dude, like, my local high school team just went to states, and even just watching one game of that at states with reviews was just misery. So slow. Yeah, you're right. It does happen for offsides, not for goals very often, but you're right. It does happen for offside. It's not a big thing here. Hockey is fun. It's hard to get into at first. I really think it's one of the few sports that live, it's a really good way to get you hooked. When you see two dudes just agree to fisticuffs because they wanted to for fun, and they say it's to get the crowd hyped up or to get their team in the game, but in reality, dudes just decide, hey man, let's fight. To me, that hooks me. That hooked me right away. And then I fell in love with the actual sport part of the game. But the first thing that got me was those motherfuckers just... And I mean, it's not like it's a fake fight. It's not like it's wrestling. It's not, it's not you and your friend getting mad at each other at a party drunk and wrestling around on the ground a bit. They grab each other by their shirts and then just hit each other in the face over and over. Every once in a while there's a bad one. But a lot of times it's some good solid slugging. There's some knock on, just many a video of dudes just socking each other in the face over and over and over, just standing there, taking it. Not trying to avoid it, just let's see who can take more punches to the face before they give up. And the rule is, for those that don't know hockey, you're not allowed to just punch someone. Todd Bertuzzi. You have to throw your gloves down. And then the person that you're challenging has to also throw his gloves down. And then it's a fair fight that results in both players having to sit for 5 minutes. But it's equal penalties and it's okay. If you just punch a guy, then you're in big trouble. But you have to agree to fight via throwing your gloves on the ground. I saw like the end of the clip. I didn't see the whole thing. They killed a lot of the big hits when they went with the automatic icing, which is fine. Fine by me. Really, this hole is just chub now. I've never caught this many chub here. The open ice hits are still really good when they get one, but they're a lot rare because it's such a big risk. I've never seen that, Doge. Goalie fights, too. Those happen rarely, but they are a true pleasure, chat. When two dudes standing in nets at the opposite end of the rink that have literally not spoken the entire fucking game somehow decide they're gonna fight and then skate all the way out, and they're in all these big clunky pads, so they skate slow and dumb like two turtles charging each other and then fight. Yeah, I agree. As long as it's not banned, it's just become less valuable, right? But the hitting stuff, you know what? I mean, concussions and stuff have ruined so many teams. It's understandable to slow it down a little bit. The absolute insane Anaheim goal versus Buffalo the other day. No. Was that the over the net one? Those happen surprisingly a lot. It's becoming a really popular thing to try. Yeah. Because, like, best case scenario, you score a goal. Worst case scenario, you put the puck in front of the net. Fucking Larkin does it all the time on the Red Wings. He shoots from these, like, super sharp angles and tries to hit the guy in the shoulders, the goalie in the shoulders. He scores doing it quite a bit. Goalie fights usually only happen because the rest of the team is fighting, so the goalies are like, you know what? You down? Also the fact that the goalie doesn't have to be there. A lot of people don't realize that in hockey. Technically, a hockey team is 6 players, and you can run whatever 6 players you want. So if you're losing, you'll pull your goalie and just run 6 dudes trying to score. And there's just an empty net back there. Also hilarious. Puck pickup assist, no. Yeah. They're actually talking about banning that one, maybe even silent. Was it did he do the thing where he scooped the puck and dipped it in? Because a lot of guys are flipping it over the net and hitting the goalie in the back and dropping it in. But there's these kids have been doing this for a while now where they can actually get the puck to stick to their stick and then move it all over the place. They were talking about banning that one. I think they did ban it in shootouts. No, I'm talking about the other behind the goal one. Could you run 6 goalies? Great question, honestly. I'm not sure. Like a soccer penalty kick? I don't know what good. No, you couldn't. That is interesting, actually, that you mentioned that. Because you can pull the goalie and run an extra skater. But no, you couldn't. I mean, maybe. But goalies can only go to certain parts of the ice. They're not allowed to go past center. And they're not allowed to go into the corners behind their own net. So, like, even if you could, you'd have a very limited movement. Google says you can't. Damn. You couldn't have 2 goalies in the net, that's for sure. The problem would be there's special rules against the goalie, like special rules against the quarterback, right? But like goaltender interference is a thing. You're not allowed to check a goalie like you can check everyone else on the ice. Though you can't only not check a goalie in the crease, right? You can check. Can you check one outside the crease? No? Don't check the goalie. I swear I saw a bad collision where they got away with it because the goalie was way out. But I guess it was a collision, not a check. Not like an intentional shove, but like a... Yeah, it's true. They still don't bump them when they go behind the net. I mean, Tim Thomas did that, like, famous one where he fucking laid that dude out. That's not fair if a goalie can check. And they can't be checked back. Goalies get run over plenty as it is. Well, there's no goaltender interference outside of the crease. That's for sure, right? Once they're outside the crease, if you, like, skate past them and get in their way, that's not goaltender interference like it would be in the crease. You could, like... I guess the issue would be if you put hands on them, right? You could get in their way unintentionally. You could skate by them. It's normal right, yeah, interference. But, so it's a little different than goaltender interference, yeah. Some solid gray shit. And it's, like, not really relevant. We have a kid who's, like, a super... I love goalies that won't stay in their net. They're my favorite thing in the whole wide world. Osgood. And now this fucking... whatever his name is. Nedelkatros? I don't know. He's never in his net, dude. He is just skating around all the time, chasing pucks. And I love it so much. Make a play, goalie. Make a play. Yeah, the one we got for free from the Canes, yeah. Ned loves wild carps. It's his favorite fish. Calastigro thing for the 77 months. Goalies have also scored when there's no goalie in the other net, which is funny. Really? I don't like OT. I like shootouts. They're dumb fun, you know? OT's just... it's just a breakaway fest. It's just a shootout that ends with the first team to get lucky with it. Greco, thank you for the 6 months. At least it's not the days of draws, so I'm not complaining. As long as we don't go back to draws. Yeah, that's why I love the fucking Devils. I'll love the Devils forever because of Brodeur. The same way I'll love the Lightning forever because of St. Louis. He was like 5'6". And his little, just tiny little man. His tiny little stick. He was so good. Really, Doge? I didn't know that. I like the dumb all-star game. I don't like that it's whatever you want to call it, single elimination overtime. I'd rather them play out a period. If they're gonna do an overtime, do the fucking full 10 minutes like they do in the playoffs. Playoff overtime's great. All-Star games, boring. All-Star stuff is fun. I like to see him do dumb racing and trick shots and stuff like that. Fun. The Legends? Is that the old dudes? I love the old dudes hockey. Love old dude hockey. We get some fucking dinosaurs out there sometimes. Redmond played a few years back, and he's got to be 70-something. He's got like half a lung, and he retired at 28 with a broken back. Hey, Zone. A mole cricket! Where'd my fish go? They turned into chubs and then they disappeared. I'm gonna have to take these 84 bleak elsewhere. I didn't even plan on streaming this today. Damn that sturgeon. Now I'm stuck streaming it. It does not matter at all where you dig. You can dig even on like the docks and staircases and rocks. No. They didn't bother with that. I wish it did. I like to go dig by things. Like, oh yeah, this is right here's a good spot. Next to downed logs. I still do it anyway. Sometimes you just gotta roleplay. Hammer. This better not be another chub. It's worse. It's a perch. 20 kilograms is too small. Or 20 grams is too small. 3-inch. I wouldn't do that if I were you. You're going to want like at least 30 grams. I can show you why. But like going to Corey to troll. I mean, a lot of spoons can do well there. And the spoon's like 22 grams. The hunter's 26, 25 on the Vicos. But when you get into like wobblers that are popular out there, you might be better off on wobblers. Not too bad now that I'm looking. But for the sake of spoons, I would go at least 30. Covers like all the good spoons. Yeah. None of these are too hot at Corey. 18 grams, but you're still not at 20. Like I was talking about earlier, I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it earlier, though. I find these rods to be kind of a trap. Like, it gets the job done for trolling, and I guess the majority of the game you're trolling. But they're kind of a trap in the sense that you're like, oh yeah, I can cast 14 to 70 grams with that. That's great. That's everything. The problem is it still casts 14 to 20 gram lures like shit. It doesn't start to really cast well until you get up to like 40 grams. So I do like the tighter, closer to what you're looking for rods. You know, even 15 to 50 is a pretty big gap. But the closer you are to your max test, the further you're going to cast. Again, most of spin fishing you're going to do until Yama is trolling. So it's not a huge issue. Ned lost a fish? What the fuck? It's all chubs. I'm getting in on that. Alright, we're gonna get weird. Since for some reason it's nothing but chubs. Yeet that motherfucker out there! Not a Shane. And same goes with these rods. When you're buying your, with bottom rods, when you're buying your cages and your weights, buy heavy enough that it's going to be a decent amount of weight on that rod. Like I threw a 30 gram on this rod. Maybe it was one of these rods. I threw a 30 gram on one of these rods compared to throwing a 90 gram. And it was like the difference of 50 meters to, what was my new PB? 84 meters. Tornado touchdown. Jesus. Isn't it late for you guys to be tornadoing? It's just wet here. I think it's still wet out there. Yeah, sounds wet. Oklahoma, Missouri, we expect any time? Dude, during like the last bad recession or whatever, I was joking with my friend in Oklahoma that I should buy up a bunch of houses down there and just insure them. And it's probably better odds than the lottery that a tornado's going to take out a house in Oklahoma than winning the lottery. Yeah, we're weirdly warm today too. It's like in the 50s, I think. Not crazy warm for us, but 70s to 33 degrees multiple nights in a row. That sounds like Michigan. It's where I live year round. I'm right on the edge of a severe threat, really. We still don't have snow? We normally don't have snow until just after Christmas. January and February are the only two bad months here for me. I think I have a linear. I don't know if I can check my tent. No, I can't. With your Saber 60, I wouldn't worry a ton about your reel. Or your rod. You're not going to use that reel forever. It's not a forever home. I used a Belmore, or used a Belmore. I like that rod. Can you get anything? I don't know. What's the smallest test you can get? 3-inch? 12 to 45? 12's not bad. I think the only thing right now that's doing well that's small, that's kind of annoying, is, and there might be some places you'd use it, is the Angry Walkers. But yeah, no, they're 14 grams. Yeah. I would try to fit the Angry Walkers in there. You're not going to be able to cover it all, obviously. It's just not possible. 45 is plenty, though. That's huge. That's as big as like all the spoons. I think you're only gonna miss out on. No, I think that's everything. Yeah, that thing really covers the gambit. But that's what I would start with, because that's really what you need. Most of the place you're gonna be fishing. You're not worried about casting. 60 meters. 20 to 60. Yeah, you don't want to go that big. And I don't think there will be like an 8 to 30, is there, or something like that? Tips about skill points. Start with spinning reel, because it affects all of your trees. And then focus on what your... That one's kind of tough, because like bottom stuff, the early shit you unlock, like simple bottom rig and paternoster rig, you're probably never going to use them in the later game. So if you never want to spend money, spinning stuff is safe. Eventually you're going to want to have it all the lures leveled eventually. But I would start with spinning reel. Spinning rod is really safe. But yeah, there are just some things that later on in life you're probably not going to want them again. Fishing with a feeder rod. I just finally took all my points out of it. That's why I have one available. Simple bottom rig is used for sturgeon a lot. Why? Explain to me why. And then I'll agree with your argument. Is it because some people said it's better? Because you don't want the small ones take your sturge bait. What the fuck's that got to do with anything? Why can't you use a loop rig though in a regular weight? Why does it have to be a simple bottom rig? How can anyone have proven that a simple bottom rig is better than a loop rig when they do the exit? If you use a loop rig, you get more wild carp eyed, etc. Really? That's the thought process, huh? Interesting. So there you go. Maybe you'd use bottom rig later, but that's much later in your life. Because yeah, there's like no argument to me that... I guess they don't show the rig. Are the kits worth the dinero? The starter kits? Yeah. They're definitely worth the dinero. It's where you should start. I recommend everybody gets 2 bottom rods pretty much as soon as they can. I would at least get 1 bottom rod right away. Maybe you'll want to get a spinning one if you decide you hate float fishing. But bottom rods have something that nothing else really has, which is the ability to just fish without you having to look at it. Not only can you fish without you having to look at it, you can leave fish on for a whole fucking day without going and pulling them off a lot of the times. So it gives you the ability to run 3 rods. You can't do that with spinning, right? There's no way to run 3 rods spinning. They've even nerfed the ability to try to run two, like people used to do. So, with two bottom rods, you can always have a third active rod, be it float, be it spinning, or even another bottom rod if you wanted to buy a third later on. I'm using 3 now. I think a lot of us use 3. The reason I said the spinning reel thing with points is spinning reels are universal. I can take this reel off and put it on my spinning rod instead of on my feeder rod. Or I can put it on my bolognese rod. The reels can be moved around. I recommend avoiding the baitcaster stuff, avoiding any of the specialty stuff until you're much later in the game. It's expensive and not that useful, and it's just going to slow you way the fuck down. Not to mention skill points are limited until you get a lot later in the game. Even then, they're still limited to a degree. So I try and have continued to try to build as what I would call effective as possible, because money's a bitch. And I don't like farming it effectively. Because that's boring. No, the baitcasters are not universal. They are specific, and they have their own points and everything. So, you have to use baitcasters with baitcasting rods. Which is legit. Low profile baitcasters have a different rod. It's the eyelets that change on the rod. As well as they'll sometimes put a little like finger tab. IRL conventional reels are frequently used on whatever the fuck. Learning to troll right now. Trolling on Corey is a ton of fun. Probably everybody's favorite place for quite some time. It's actually like maybe too fun for the level you get it at. I think a lot of us got stuck on Corey much longer than we wanted to be there. But the nice part with trolling is, especially like Corey, it's gotten a little bigger now, so it's a little more complicated. But the nice part with trolling Corey is, you never have to log on and try to figure out where the fish are. Right? You just throw the lures out and drive your fucking boat around the lake. Other lakes, you get real big ones like Volkov. Trolling sucks because like the fish are constantly fucking changing where they're at, and then you got to figure out where to drive that damn boat to. Spinning reel upside down? Yeah, I've seen all kinds of weirdos who do stuff like that. I don't get it. It's not that complicated. Especially, it doesn't make any sense with the spinning reel because you can flip the handle over. If he wants to reel with the other hand, he can flip the hand, like you just unscrew the handle and move it. Yeah, Corey's. So this game with its silver balancing, it's very rare that you're ever gonna. The devs are pretty active at balancing the silver generation. I'm walking into the bathroom, enjoy my echo. So I'm about to sit down on the toilet to take a pee while talking to you. So it's very rare that any lake is like insanely better than another. So like Corian, I think silver gain is arguably pretty consistent when you get into like extended periods of time. But you control Corey all day without having to, like I said, go find a spot, go figure out where the fish are, and catch all the species that are worth anything there, trolling. And you can do that non-stop for 200 plus silver an hour. Where other lakes, yeah, sure, you might have 600, you might have a crazy potential to get higher, but you also have to deal with the fact that, like, hardcore, you know, he made $1,200 on sturgeon in 2 hours, and that was great, but then they died, and they haven't been back for him like that. No, they came back from like that like once. So if you consider the downtime and the running around trying to figure out where I'm going next, I think Corey is genuinely like really just a solid place to nose to the grindstone fish, but that's boring. Raging for the 50 months. With a boat, you can chase. It's epic. If you don't run 3 rods, for early Corey, especially if you only like a Saber 60, or even smaller, I went there with smaller, just don't run 3 rods. Or if you really want to run 3 rods, throw a bottom rod out. Stick it on the island and throw it out with a nightcrawler on it or a mayfly or whatever. And check on it every once in a while. Like I said, bottom rods will hold a fish for a fucking full in-game day sometimes, so, or longer sometimes. So just check it here and there. Kind of embarrassed. Yeah, my brother's girlfriend fishes with her fucking button reel upside down, but she won't use a spinning reel, which is extra weird because so with a button reel, you push the button with your thumb and then throw it, right? She holds it upside down, so she grabs the button with this finger and throws it, which is like exactly how you cast a spinning reel. But she refuses to change. Some people are just fucking stubborn. I've seen hundreds of hardcore bass fishermen, though, that use a bait caster wrong, too. They buy right-handed bait casters because that's what you're supposed to do, and then they cast with their right hand and swap the reel over to their left hand to start rod over their left hand to start reeling, which is not right. A right-handed bait caster you throw with your left hand. Like an old Zebco, yeah, they still make them. You have an exclamation point. That does mean something in your setup is damaged. So if you go into a rod with a reel on it, you can actually check your whole setup. Could be anything in your setup, though. Let's get into prime time. I don't know how it does out here in the rain. You'd think it'd do good. Big salmon destroyed it, yeah. Keep an eye on grease, too. Because shit wears out faster when you're not lubed up. Damn, these 2 small gray char could have been flags and made me some money. I don't think mech does anything as far as like affecting other components of the reel, except the overall strength of the reel if you were to lock your drag, which again is irrelevant for the majority of people. That's like late game stuff. Obviously you don't want it to break, but yeah, it's usually the friction brake. But check your grease too, because if your grease is like 30% worn, it could explain why your friction brake burned up so bad. It did eat a bleak about half its size. That fish more than doubled in size by eating that bleak. Doing alright. Took the Girl Scouts to the holiday parade today. We made it. Nobody got run over. Yeah, that's fine. I don't touch most of it until at least 20%. I don't know what your opinion is on that, Raptors. You probably have a better knowledge of real repair than I do, since you've caught like 100,000 fish. I haven't had to do that much repairing. Speaking of repairing, how bad did my Tagara get beat up? It's getting there. Drop it off at the shop for repairs, yep. I think the reels that there's a discounted shop are the beluga stuff. I think everything else is pretty similar everywhere. Too many factors, yeah. You don't have a baseline repair here. I guess that's fair though, why would you, yeah? Like, who cares if you're fishing with a 50% friction brake if you're fishing for bleak? Someday you're gonna give me a trophy char, or one that's just a flag. Doesn't seem like that far left is doing it. Yeah, but you're usually going after stuff that can get them, right? Because repair prices don't change that much based on damage, do they? That's the part that's kind of sucks, right? It's not like you get a good deal. Because it's most of those parts are remove and replace. Yeah, there's a base price because it's just replacing the brakes. It's not like it's cheaper to get a brake job done in your car because you didn't use them. I never use my brakes. Who needs them? Do you fight big fish with your drag turned up, Raptors? Because I've mentioned this a few times lately and expected one of you guys to chime in on this topic. But I remember people talking about just letting big fish run with your drag basically turned off. Side question, do you think it's... I see you guys locking for like Russians and stuff like that. I use high drag for wildcard. Okay. But you don't for like sturgeon? That you don't lock. Okay. How bad does a lock beat up the mech? Change your own brakes, Pargrock. Why don't you lock wildcard? That's in-game days. One of the best uses of premium currency in this game is repairs IMO. You negate the time and the price is super reduced. You can't. So a 25 kilo wild carp is stronger than a 25 kilo Russian sturgeon? There are no lead cores. You're using lead cores. Okay. No problem. Multiple times a year? Damn, you drive a lot, huh? Or you buy some cheap-ass pads? I catch them mostly on accident. So you're locking like everything then now, huh? Even with Tagara, you just lock it down? You'd have to drive a shit ton, yeah. One of my girlfriend's dads was a mailman. He changes brakes like weekly. He just loved doing it, I think, more than anything. Like brake you use, I mean, mail you obviously do burn up brakes more often than most things, but Tagara's okay, just your Vengas, okay. Because I know Hardcore has just been locking those Russians on his Tagaras. You have a little time there before it breaks. Am I mistaken? It'd have to really be pulling. But I noticed that playing with that sturgeon on the rock. Shift 50 jig step? Never heard of it. Shame, bro. There's a whole bunch of weird speed strategies for Yama with the current. But I don't do most of them. Yeah, the Shift 50 walk the dog is getting really popular. I don't know. I never got it. I did it fine on Yama, but it didn't feel that good to me. It caught fish. It felt like a really impatient way to fish. So I guess you're covering a lot of water, but I was catching fish consistent enough on Yama that it felt like it was unnecessary. I would agree with you if I wasn't running shitty factory rotors, Part Rock, but I don't agree that it's worth that often of a brake change. But I run hard pads on my cars. If I was on on my Harleys, I'll run really soft pads and I'll change them every year. But my car's got like 60,000 miles on it. I'm about to do its first brake job. And that's okay. Like on my truck, I change my pads more often, but it's because I got fucking drilled rotors and oversized drilled rotors. Like, yeah, I don't want to burn those up because they're expensive, but stock rotors on cars are quite cheap now. I value my time, I guess, more than the occasional need to replace a rotor. This is my first car where I bought it new, and I was surprised that the dealership didn't push brakes down my throat. They never did. Just now. They're like, hey, you got like 10% of your brake pads left. Would you like to change them? I'm like, nah. I got this. You were going to get spooled. You don't know that. You're not sure. You could have not get spooled. That is comfort, which is hard to keep up in the rain. Comfort and hunger determine your energy, I think. That's what I say. Comfort, I think all of them affect your energy. Your max potential energy, at least. Because there was a time I got hurt in this game. I don't remember how, but I took health damage. And I couldn't get my energy max until I got healed. I think I drank too much, maybe? So yeah, energy affects being able to dig like I just did, and your ability to reel. I've heard you lose fish more often when your energy is low. I have zero evidence of that. You definitely reel really slow. Tackler thing for the 28 months. Zello's thing for the 80 months. The Girl Scout win good. I mean, it didn't actually, but nobody died, and that's all I care about. So there's a power shift in the Girl Scouts right now caused by me and my ex-wife. Basically, the leader has only had this like one assistant leader for many years, and she seems to be a drunk. And then me and my ex-wife joined. We're like, yeah, we'll assist. So there's this power clash now between us being the assistant leaders and her, who's unreliable and I think a drunk. But our leader got COVID, so like we had to flex our power dynamic today a little bit. Long day dealing with elementary kids ready for Christmas break. Do they ship? I think there's a whole online order system. I don't get it till next week. I think next week, or we have our meeting about cookies next week. And then I'll let everybody know on cookies, because Alice is gonna fucking sell you all cookies whether you like it or not. I don't care if you're diabetic, you're eating some cookies. Okay, you don't have to eat them, but you have to buy them. It's so sitcom. It's like a sitcom, like more of a dark comedy, because I legitimately believe this woman is either a drunk or strung out on meth. And like since our good leader has been sick, we've had to like make do without her, and that's how we ended up at the pot den. And it was fucking 47 degrees and like raining like this in the game in real life, and some girl showed up in just a sweatshirt, no umbrella, no nothing. Don't worry, I went and bought every poncho Walmart had. So the Girl Scouts is so strict compared to the Boy Scouts with the leadership stuff. Like I had to sign up and do a background check, and I got to go to trainings to learn like basic little first aid and stuff like that. And we have to sign fucking waivers for everything we do. There's a COVID waiver, and then every event we go to, there's a waiver. All locations for meetings have to be approved by the council. Like, it's way strict compared to Boy Scouts. I had great Boy Scout experience. I understand there's a lot that aren't, but that's just fucking kids in general, man. It's a lot of bad experiences with any adults and children. It's terrifying. It's true thing for the 29 months. Nice gray chart, Tommy. I really loved my scout experience. Nothing weird happened. We actually accidentally got a scout leader in trouble, like laughing at something he did. It wasn't intentional, and I feel bad to this day about it. But like none of us, once everyone got really mad about it, we were just kids, right? And we were like, "Oh, it wasn't a big deal." The parents turned it into a crazy big deal. We were like all fucking around and picking on each other like kids in the early 2000s did. And I don't remember how it ended up happening, but basically the scout leader put his feet on a kid's back and jokingly said, "All right, stay here and be my footrest." And the kid like laughingly said yes and did for like 5 minutes tops, maybe. And like the parents lost their mind. The leader made you be a footrest? Like, I would do that shit with my kid, you know? And she would laugh about it and think it's funny. It's not a forced sit on your hands and knees or I'll beat you scenario. But the poor guy got in a ton of trouble from it and ended up getting kicked out of being our leader. I don't think it was an overly sensitive scenario as much as kids didn't know how to explain it wasn't a big deal. If I was an adult now, I could have explained it to the other adults and then like, hey, everyone was just having a good time. The kid voluntarily was okay with it. And sure. But it was more just once everyone got mad, we all kind of just went, "Oh, that's bad?" Yeah, he was like a life scout, dude. He'd been doing it forever, like his whole career. I think he ended up getting to continue to work, just not be our leader. Because he was also like a camp director and stuff. I see him every once in a while. I should apologize. That would be like the weirdest 20-year later apology ever. I actually had a similar one. There's been a few of those in my life where like overreactions that I didn't know how to like tone back once they started. And you know how parents get. I'm a parent. It was like half a finger. Yeah. I I had a pretty bad one, but I don't feel guilty. Okay, this is a Monka-esque story to tell on Twitch. I'm gonna tell it anyway, right? This kid was babysitting me. He was a piece of shit teenage boy, right? And I don't know, we were fucking fighting, and he like grabbed me and pushed my head down towards my own crotch. When I was down there, I saw a bottle of Dr. Scholl's foot powder. I grabbed it and broke his fucking nose with it. Now, when my dad got home, I explained that story to him, and my dad immediately assumed it was something sexual and lost his fucking mind. The kid ended up getting like a fucking rap for it. But I don't feel bad because I hear he got like 3 more actual statutory raps. So, like, he had it coming. Like, yeah, like, whatever. He's a piece of shit anyway. Dude sucked. Who cares if you had fuck over a shitty person? Turns out it was. Could have been. Could have been. Not sure. Didn't seem like it at, like, looking back on it now. No, he was just a bully. He was just a big kid picking on a little kid. But could have been. But my dad lost his mind so fast, and like, I just didn't know what even. I was like, well, that wasn't what. Well, you know what? No one's mad at me for breaking his nose. I'm just gonna shut up and let things work themselves out. And I was like 9. Bled all over our fucking couch. Little soft ass nose. Weekly record of a 16-gram fish? Yeah. They don't get very big and they're incredibly rare. I've never caught a single lamprey. Send me those fish, Tommy. I'm gonna be stuck on this fucking island forever. Got any smelt in there? I think the smelt do better. I only have like 69 bleak. Nice. It's probably a catfish, bad. Why isn't it a catfish? If you're fishing with anything that you think would get a burbot, assume catfish. Y'all ran like hell. I think that we didn't do too much bad. Like, not hurting people bad. The worst one was the dumbest one. We used to smash pumpkins all the time. My buddy, none of us liked him, but he was my buddy. He was just an asshole. Still a friend, but he was an asshole. He got this giant fucking pumpkin, and we split it right in 2 on their porch. And his grandma slipped on it and fell when she walked out the next morning and hurt her hip. Like, broke her hip. Like, badly hurt her hip. That was like the worst we accidentally hurt somebody. There's not regular catfish out there, Ben? I'll use them all. I love bottom fishing with fish. You catch so much. It wasn't even necessarily me. At this point, I have no idea who did it. There was like 10 of us smashing pumpkins. That was our favorite hobby. The only like vandalism we ever did was smashing pumpkins. That's not true. I climbed the water tower and painted it once, but it wasn't even my town, and I was just along for the ride. But that's it. Vandalism wasn't my thing. I didn't like it. I grew up poor, man. I don't like breaking shit. Got accused of a ton of it, though. Cops always thought it was us. We had like a group of 10 kids that just wandered around town because we had no parental guidance. All the hours of the day and night. We'd get out of school, we'd meet at a friend's house, and then we'd just wander the streets. So I understand why they pegged us for it, but it was never us. We were usually playing like some fucking pen and paper role-playing game or hacky sack or checking out this hot mom that lived across the street from my friend's house. I saw her at the park this summer. And she's old now, like, I don't know, 60s, mid-60s. But she has a bunch of adopted kids my daughter's age, so we're talking. And I explained to her who I was and she started laughing and talking about all the kids who used to hang out over there. She's like, you guys are always sitting in the yard across from my house. And we're like, yeah, it's because we were just checking you out. She loved it. She a gilf now? Oh, yeah. But, like, you know. I'm pretty sure she's like a gilf and she knows it type, though. They school this last year or year before accidentally sent out a group email with everyone's email addresses in it. It had all of them listed. And I was scrolling through them with a friend laughing at some of them, and then there was one that was like hotmama69 at AOL.com. And it was hers, which was extra funny. Is that old lady's? Ooh. Yeah, she's never had a man, like, live with her or anything that I know of. All the time we spent sitting across the street from her. I think she's, you know, a bit of a... She has fun, let's put it that way. Cougar? A free spirit. I don't judge anybody for, you know. She's too tall for me, though. It's like my third whitefish today. I wish I could be a slut. Just can't do it. I'm not a slut? I mean, I don't think so. I've been with, like, I don't know, less people than years. I'm not even a 1 a year average, so I wouldn't consider myself a slut. I just can't do, I can't do casual. I want to. In my mind, I'm like, hell yeah, that makes perfect sense for me. I fucking hate relationships. But then I'm like, I can't. Is a gilf waiting for me? No thanks. That's also an issue. I live in a tiny town with everybody who I grew up with and know them all, and if we were gonna sleep together, it would have happened many years ago. And I really don't want to sleep with you now after I know who you were married to and your second husband as well, and looks for love in his porn. I had to fucking purge my the last of my no, not quite, but I'm down to like the last of my own personal collection because it's just all getting too old. Speaking of which, Tommy, I was searching for some good love porn last night and I couldn't find any. So I was like, oh, maybe I'll check out the old save file and see what I got. And I was like, oh my god, some of these are just no good anymore. This is just depressing. You're looking for love in all the wrong places? No, I'm saying that I literally can't sleep with people that I'm not genuinely interested in. I just can't. I cannot do it. Physically cannot do it. I will not. What I'm saying here is my dick will not do it. I can't. I've tried. I used to be able to a bit. It took work. I think I could do it in the right scenario. Like a prostitute, I could do it. It would take effort on the other person's side for me to do it. They'd have to really put in the work to get me going. Is what I'm getting at. But to like pretend to be mutually interested in somebody, I can't. I've tried. It was really sad to delete some of my old. Some of those I looked great in. I was really doing a great pose and whatnot, but I had to delete them. I was like, Jesus Christ, I don't even look like that anymore. I think I was like 21. I was like, these are too old. That's 12 years old. The last time I tried to have sex with someone I wasn't interested in, I explained to them like I can't do this, and she was like, you really need to," and I was like, I can't, and anyway, we argued back and forth for a while before I just gave up and went, all right, I'll try, and then I didn't and couldn't, and then she went on Facebook and like posted about how I couldn't angrily at me. And I was like, you know what? I'm not even going to fight it. You can just have this one. I don't give a shit if people think I can't get hard. I'm not going to be meaner to you and tell you it was your fault, not mine. So that since then, I've just stopped sleeping with anyone that I don't like see myself dating. I don't have to be wildly in love with you or anything, but I do have to at least think you're an interesting human being. I have to want to get to know you, right? This girl, I didn't. All right, Ryan. Ryan Hawk. I like that you say, not just I slept with a prostitute to see what it was about, and it was meh, but I slept with two. Because after the first one, I was like, maybe it was just a bad first experience. Think I'll try again. No, this is meh. I'll try another. I feel like it's a lot harder for me to believe you when you slept with two. And not just one. That's pretty much went through my mind. Like, maybe this one just wasn't for me. I'll try one more. I don't think I'd enjoy sleeping with a prostitute. Again, literally as little judgment as humanly possible on any prostitute. Just more the fact that, like, I don't know, man. It doesn't do it for me. Pointless sex doesn't do anything for me. Except make me come, and I can do that anyway. That's easy. Could be coming right now. You'd never know. I'm gonna go check the purchase order, actually, is what I'm doing. Do I have enough? I'm one short. No, I have enough. $75. Well, that's 7. 2 perch orders. What else is here? Chubs? 3 800-gram chubs? Well, by golly. Chubs have been hot out there. That's it, though. Honestly, the prices I've heard for, like, unless you're getting crazy with it, it's pretty fair price for the the work that's there. Especially for like just something simple like a blowy. Like, what a bargain blowjobs are. I know somebody who got an erotic massage with a happy ending off Craigslist. And didn't get killed, which is pretty tight. There are different boats, yeah. Three of them. 2 of them have different speeds, so that's why you pay a little extra for the fast boat. Yeah, there's 3. There's 2 different slow ones and 1 fast one. And we think there's going to be a 4th one with a new lake. But nobody's certain, because Russian fishing very secret. Said good job and everything. She said good job? Wait, what? Why would she say good job? What'd you do? Come? Because that's not a happy ending. Well, how can you fucking misperform getting a happy ending? I really appreciate it. No one ever thanks me. Alright. See, I hate compliments. I don't want a compliment about sex or my dick ever. I'm never going to believe you anyway, so let's just skip that part. Alright? Insult me. That's better. Good job. Thanks for... Like, oh yeah, see, now if I got a happy ending and the lady was like, hey man, thanks for not taking too long. I'd appreciate that compliment, because that's true and honest. Guaranteed. I didn't waste her fucking time. See, so that's the thing, Ryan, though, with sex, right? To me, anyway, is good sex requires more than just, like, some weird innate talent. And don't get me wrong, I've had a couple of... talented folks in my day. But yeah, like, I think there's more to it than just, like, they knew what they were doing. That would be my problem with it, yeah. I'm just not horny enough. And that's my whole thing with the fucking love in my porn. You can see there's no chemistry between these 2 people. Neither of them are fucking enjoying themselves. They're just working. It's like watching me play Isaac. With less moaning and groaning. Come here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Did you send me any smelt? You didn't go back to the smelt hole, did you? Fool. Some people just got a nut. Yeah, definitely. Oh my god, I love to talk to people about their sexual experiences just to hear how many men just have this sole goal of nutting. So that I can further hate men as a whole. Hate people in general. I hate men more. Far more. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I joke that I'm not horny, but the reality is I'm as horny as the next guy. Just don't see the need to have pointless bad sex. Well, maybe not the next guy. Some of you are probably whacking off 4 times a day like fucking lunatics. The rest of us need to fish. Wait, why was... maybe it was. You only need 1 hand to fish? Not when you got 3 rods. Dude, it's hard enough to work 3 rods. You want me to work 4? Where do you have that much time? Not just where do you have that much time. How do you still find that fun? I like every time I want to masturbate, I'm like, you know, when I'm getting there, I'm like, hell yeah, this is gonna be tight. And then when I'm done, I'm like, why'd I fucking bother? What a waste of time. And now I got this fucking mess. So I don't get anybody who can do that to themselves 4 times in one day. Short-term memory loss. Only answer. So those dragon char are bad juju. It's the only thing I know is special that's out there. They're dragons. Please address them as so. I'm tired at this point. Dude, my body's been pissing me off lately. I keep waking up with erections. I'm like, we're too old for this shit. What are you doing to me? We're not going to do this every morning. Real good erections, too. You know, ones that you're super proud of and you want to, like, share it with a friend. Hey, bro, look what I just woke up with. Just come in the toilet, very easy to clean up. Yeah, it's also fucking depressing, okay? I'm just saying, dude. You can only come in so many toilets and so many socks before you're just like, is this it? Is this a little whitefish again? I think it is. Oh no, it's a little gray char, even better. Why socks? I never understood that. They're already dirty. What are you coming in? The sink. This. God, I believe you. That's the worst part. I genuinely am pretty confident you actually come in the fucking sink. What do you do? Just hobble over there? Dick in your hand to finish off? Come on. Into the carpet? Dude, I've had many a friend. That's easy to clean up. Later. Dude, no. So cool beans, thank you for the 6, 7 months. No, for real, what are y'all coming in? You just getting fucking toilet paper? Paper towel? You keep tissues? What, do you hide them? Or do you just have... You just come in your hand and wash it off in the sink? No. If I come, I don't want to get up for a minute. I want to relax. No, I mean the box of tissues. What do you do with the tissues? Where do they hang out? Because if I walk into a dude's bedroom and there's tissues next to his bed, he doesn't have a runny nose. Like he better be sniffling immediately. Or I know exactly why you got a box of tissues next to your bed. Keep them on my desk. Desk is a little better than like your nightstand, I guess. It's a real short jaunt. Yeah, dude, no. You can see my bed. That's it. There. And my bathroom. And fuck no. I'm not getting them. Is that a bad thing? No, it's just a weird thing, no. Like, I don't know. I just think it's a weird thing to be like, these are my jerk-off tissues here next to my bed. It's like a bottle of lotion next to a dude's bed. You don't get dry hands in the middle of the fucking night. You have tissues in every room of the house that's camouflaged that way. I see. Jerk off into condoms? No, I just jerk off into my already. I'll literally like be laying. So like, I lay down in bed in my clothes because I'm always in pajamas anyway. I'll turn the TV on, watch a little Netflix, be like, I should go to bed, and then I'll be like, then I should probably rub one out. So then I'll I'll usually get up, go brush my teeth, turn the TV off or pause it, but I can't have the TV going with my porn. It's distracting. This is the full ritual of Richard jerking off. Here you go. Get back in the bed, get under the covers, go. I'm going to take these socks off anyway, because who sleeps in socks? I'll just hang on to one of these. Set that beside me till I'm ready to do the deed. Knowing I'll wear the socks later, I can't jizz in them. But it's cool with your girlfriend or wife? I don't want cum on me. I don't want to cum mess either. Like, I hate cum mess. I'm super against it. Gets everywhere. Like, you think you got it all, and you don't. Then you're fucking rolling over in it. I hate it. Don't get me wrong. But it's not nasty. It's just messy. I don't like any mess on me. I don't want fucking grape jelly on me either when I'm trying to sleep. It's not fucking nasty. It's nothing like an indirect foot job. I don't put it back on my foot. It's already dirty. It was already going to get washed. I never wear my socks 2 days in a row. I'm a fucking 30-year-old man. My feet stink. I don't fucking jerk off with the sock either. I just come on it like a towel or a rag. Come off a window. I don't want to... We've discussed this to death, but I don't want to fucking figure out where to come. I like to have a predetermined destination in mind. I don't like the pre-cum panic. It ruins the whole feel and experience of, oh God, where's this going? I want to know where I'm coming ahead of time. It's relaxing. Ever realized midday you're wearing a cum sock? Every single one of my socks has been coming. Every sock I own. Some of them hundreds of times. Because I have a pair of socks that are like 9 years old. 9's an exaggeration. 7. So I assume they've been cummed in 100 times. How do you keep socks that long? I only wear them one day. And then I cum in them. And throw them in the laundry. I don't know, maybe it's a fucking bonding agent for fabric. I know specifically these socks are this old because I stole them from an ex-girlfriend. I really liked them, and I stole them from her. So she had them for who knows how long before I stole them. Why would you want to do that? I hate that so much. This is why I hate men right there. That's the reason why. I'm remembering so fast. Hopefully. I don't care if they were attacked. They get washed. Dude, you wear the same underwear over and over and over. You're going to pretend like there's not cum and shit in those? So much cum and shit in your underwear, and you put those right back on. You wash them, you put them back on. You just pretend none of that is in there? Then do the same with your feet. Plus, it's your feet. I'd get it if y'all were weirded out by me coming in my own mouth or something. Yeah, that's my mouth. That's where the food goes. It was so much easier if cum tasted good. Nah, you'd never get it all. You'd still have to wipe your hand off on something. You'd never get it all. Thank you, Simple Observer. You're just a simple observer, and I appreciate that. Is it normal to feel bad when your kid starts daycare? Yeah, absolutely. You're gonna miss stuff, and that sucks. And you feel like you should have a better way to go about it than daycare. But like, you know. Raising kids is a incredibly hard thing to do alone. Wait until they're older and you're like, you know that they've been on their fucking tablet or their computer too long, but like, you could really go for one more show of what you're watching on Netflix, so you just let them stay on their tablet and feel guilty about that. Mm-hmm. It never ends. Guilt is pretty much parenthood in a nutshell. What has been eye-opening? The cum sock thing? You're just now hearing it after 5.5 years? I've told this fucking 7,000 times. I told it so many times Northern Lion heard it and talked about it on his stream. What's eye-opening about it? I love the environment. I'm not going to be wasteful and use paper. Oh, not that part. There's still stories you haven't heard, yeah. That's true. There's a couple. They just get harder to find. Oh, is she going to daycare just 'cause, Angel Raider? Still probably good for him. I didn't have any kid friends growing up, so I know we pushed ours into, like, quite a few little things when she was growing up, trying to get her some socializing, which has pros and cons. They become little shitheads, but apparently that's healthy. Other kids teach them to do dumb shit. I'm exaggerating slightly, only slightly, but... It's a hard one, Angel. All of it, man. Like, I know when Kim and I first split and I was, like, super upset about the time I was going to miss with Alice, and everybody I know that's divorced was like, you'll start to look forward to the time you have without your kid. And I'm like, yikes, y'all, I don't want that, and I'm not sure that you should be bragging about it. But I know what they meant. I know what they meant. But the reality is, yeah, as a parent, you can't help but feel guilty for wanting time to yourself. When you shouldn't, I guess. It's a fine line, though. I see so much of the opposite, right? Where parents stop feeling any guilt at all and start feeding their kids melatonin every night at 7:30. You know? Or worse, Benadryl or... like egg whites. I believe that. Cum has like an egg white. I also saw a cum pancake once. But anyway. But yeah, cum has like an egg white. There's like an outer mucus to the inner shell. Yeah, I don't remember how... I blame Wet for Jesus. I'm pretty sure it was him and the boys when they were here from Australia that he kept bringing up this fucking cum pancake. And so then I had to watch it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Duck. But there's definitely, like, layers to cum. It's not all one consistency. There's certainly, like, multiple layers. You can tell when you wash it off. I'm not maybe the tier 2 in the 70s. Maybe it's just my cum. We might have different cums. I don't know. I've only played with my own cum, not yours. Yeah, I agree. It's like Spider-Man's webs wrapped in an egg white. Can cum rot, I'm sure. It's organic. Did you just change your fucking name color? It just looks darker all of a sudden. Doesn't it just dry? I'm sure, like, rot is a fine definition. What do you want it to, what do you want to happen to it? Because it's like comparing how things rot, right? Like a dead mouse to a dead deer. A fucking dead mouse is like gone. All the stinky, nasty parts of it are gone in a day or two. A dead deer is going to be around for fucking 3 weeks. Oh no, Lacquer. She would have loved that. I would have hated it. I gotta go get stocking stuffers. I gotta go find more stuff for Christmas. Her Christmas list sucks. It's all these tiny little fidget toys that take up 0 space. I have a new post to see in the cheerleader post. It's 12:48 in the morning. What's my shoe size? Like an 8 to a 9. I think it really depends on the shoe a lot. What are these boots? These are 9.5, but these are boots, see? So I wear a thick sock if I wear them. In Europe, that's a 42.5. I think my tennis shoes, though, aren't anywhere to be found. But I think my tennis shoes are like an 8.5, but they're a Converse and they're super thin. TKLD, thank you for the 100 bits. Boots are strange. They're tough too, man, because you don't want them big because they'll beat the hell out of your feet. But you need them big enough that you can, you know, wear the good socks. These boots are fucking heavy. I love them to death, but they're super fucking heavy. They weigh like 1.5 pounds, 2 pounds each. I don't have my fish scale or I'd weigh them. Who the fuck is this? It's gonna be a dick picture or something. I don't want to open this picture from this guy with numbers on Twitter. Who are you? A virus in my Twitter DMs? Is it you? Is it a picture of your penis? Because I don't really want to see it. Oh, it's a baby. Look at those fucking toes. Kids are so disproportionate when they're little. It's so funny. I swear to God, Alice's feet haven't grown since she was a newborn. She's almost the right size for her feet now. A pile of shoes beg to differ? Dude, her mom in the fucking shoes. Don't get me started. It's a baby. Well, one of the dick pics I received was from somebody who donated and said my daughter was born today or my son was born today, whatever the fuck they said. And I was like, oh my God, cute. And I went and opened the picture and it was just his dick half-mast in front of my stream. And it was the best. It was brilliant. It was a 10 out of 10. Gotcha. So I'll never be shocked by a dick pic again. That was the one. Couldn't even give me full mast. No, but I respect that he gave me half. I feel like half mast is a real good judge of your dick. He had an alright dick. It wasn't bad. What if it was the one guy who has 2 dicks? I mean, I'd want to see that, for sure. Of a singular test. See, like, yeah, I'd rather see your whole dick than you, like, show me your taint. Just like a hairy patch of gooch skin would be more offensive to me than you holding your erection. Turned out fake. Everything good is fake. Uh-oh. Have you been out here this whole time, bro? No way you've been out here. No, you left. Because I haven't seen you catch shit. You've been out here? Or yep, you left. I said both, so this is irrelevant information. Oh, you haven't caught a lot, it doesn't seem like. I haven't caught a ton, to be honest, either. Tommy caught the best char of us, and I don't even know where he found that. It's not as big as the last one. The deep hole, yeah. Yeah, this one's not that big. 16 or something, I guess. 18. There are cats out here. Not many, though. I've only got one. If you're out there jigging, Tommy, I don't know what you're doing, but if you're jigging, a couple of bottom rods with mayfly larvae would probably net you some shit randomly. Just throw them on the island and come back and check them every once in a while. That's what I usually do. Jigging's pretty good out here, though. I'm hating it less the more I do it. That's literally what I'm doing, yeah. Especially if you can find something that's doing decent. Wacky was doing surprisingly well for me. Which is basically just jigging. Texas rig jigging works the best here. I think it's pretty much Texas or jig. I don't think anyone really uses Carolina, which is weird because Carolina should be really good. Yeah, everybody says the Carolina and Texas, the lure is pretty irrelevant and it's all about the bead. What color bead to use. Don't know how much truth there is to that, but that's what I keep hearing. Lost your job today? I'm sorry to hear that, Bull. I say it's cement, so that joke's just not funny to me. But I guess if you said cement, like some people do, like weird folks do, but I say cement. But I guess it's pronounced cement a lot too. People say it. I'm sure of this, Dom. Probably the south, yeah. Cement. Yep. It's like the spigot talk earlier. I always say spigot, not spigot. That sounds like a naughty word even. I don't like it saying it with a G. And it's English, so we can just make shit up. How do you say the thing on the top of your house that keeps the rain out? Roof? Is that what you're talking about? I used to say roof. All the time. Aunt or aunt? I say that one both ways. Bag? Bag. Outside of trolling? I just do it exactly like jig stepping, Tommy. Identical. I don't do anything different. I've tried a couple times like making it a little faster. Or no, doing it like an extra retrieve over a jig step. Because I think 9 out of 10 times the wacky worm gets hit, it's on the drop. So trying to lift a little more with a third reel than two. Pecan and pecan? 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 Maybe this is bigger than I thought it was. Bag? Bag? I always like the Canadian and California O's. Yeah, a lot of those I don't care which way you say it. But I also live in an area that's like weirdly likes to pretend like they're Southern and say dumb things like Searle. So how you pronounce pecan is irrelevant to me. Is there actually... So I was watching... I randomly fucking get bored and check the stupid Facebook, TikTok thing. And is there actually a place where people call them poop tickets? Or something along those lines. Some sort of ticket for the toilet paper? People actually say that? Like, I'd heard it before, but... Shit tickets? People actually say that? Yeah, for toilet paper. A shit ticket or a poop ticket? You and your roommate. Yeah. I had heard it before, but I'd never heard anyone, like, say it seriously. This dude was yelling at his wife about the toilet paper, and he just said poop ticket. Or I think he said poop, though, not shit. Some things I just didn't think they had fun regional names. Arkansas, that makes sense. You guys don't even pronounce your own state right. Dude, I handle a rod all the time. Thanks for the 91 to see. It's been a long time. Appreciate you. Hope you're well. Look how fast the moon goes. Dude, the moon goes that fast in real life, it seems like some nights. I don't understand the moon. The end. End sentence. I don't understand the moon and its cycle. Like it's how long it's in the sky. I always think I got it figured out, and then it just fucking YOLO changes on me so fast, and I get confused. Alice and I were out one night this summer, and she watched the moon rise with me, and she was like totally shocked to see it and how fast it happens. Dazzling for the 9 months. Snowed a bit, which was nice. You snow. The moon fucking schmooze. Some nights it schmooze. Well, and the real where it's at in the fucking sky, it moves so much, dude. I'm like, I got this moon figured out, and then all of a sudden it goes from here the way the fuck over there, and I'm like, how'd you do that? Not lake effect? Nah, we don't. We won't get that for a while yet. We don't get that bad of snow, man. When I was a kid, there was a couple of years is all where it was really that bad. We exaggerate how much warmer it's gotten here. Even as a child, though, there was a lot of Christmases we had where we were praying for snow for Santa. Have you guys that aren't parents heard of these dumb elf on a shelf things? They're the worst. But my daughter yesterday was. Oh, I was showing her dumb pictures of elf on a shelf ideas, and I was like, "Aren't you glad I didn't get you one? I would have done dumb shit like this with it." And she like looked at me for a second and was like, with like the fakest she's ever done, "You're saying they're not real? The parents just moved them?" And I was like, "Honey." And she's like, "You know I'm the only kid in my class that doesn't have an elf on a shelf?" No, yeah. You're the only one smart enough not to fall for it. There's some really good ones though, Durst. But I'm not creative. I don't want to do that shit every day. All the parents in my school that I'm friends with post every day their fucking elf in a shelf trying to one up each other and brag about how cool and creative they are. I hate them. Anyway, an elf on a shelf, chat, for those that don't know, it's a dumb stuffed elf thing, and every day the parents set it up doing something usually naughty, like making a mess or fucking, I don't know, whatever. But there's some really funny ones, like I saw one where the elf just shit all over the boy's pillow. It wasn't real shit, I assume, but it was funny. And another one where somebody laid out chicken bones in the elf's costume. And little barbecue sauce. And a note from Santa that said the elf was delicious and the cookies were good too. I was like, hell yeah. Yeah, it could be fun for the parents too. But also like I think they get him out like the first day of December. So it's like 25 days of coming up with something to do with this fucking elf. When I was a kid, that's what elves were, Benji. My grandma had some elves and they weren't we didn't call them spies, but they were Santa's elves, and they were watching us. There was definitely an implied Big Brother's got his eye on you. With bills everywhere. Yeah, there's a bunch of elf interactions with Barbies. It's hiding. Well, yeah, like one of the moms posted it yesterday or the day before, and it was the exact same one as the day before, and she's like, I fell asleep and forgot to move it, so the elf is still doing this. And I was like, that would be me. Uh, Al- Alice lost a tooth, and I fell asleep and forgot to do tooth fairy money. And luckily, she was sleeping in my bed. And as I'm waking up, she's like, Dad, the tooth fairy didn't leave me any money last night. And I was like, what? You're kidding me. And I reached into my pocket. I was still sleeping in my jeans, grabbed whatever bill I found and shoved it under her pillow and pulled her tooth out. And I was like, are you sure? She got fucking $20 for that tooth. At least it wasn't 100. Thanks for the 59 months, Dangle. At least I had a good excuse for that one because it didn't have like a filling or a cavity. So, or it was like a first molar or something. I don't remember. I had an excuse for why that one was $20. Something dumb, some dumb excuse so I didn't have to keep paying those prices. And busted one out. Yeah, Alice's first tooth was pulled because she cracked it somehow. We don't even know how. She was very young, like 3. She finally got the spacer out. She's had a fucking spacer glued in for, and it kept falling out, and we kept having to go in and get it re-glued in. But she's had that thing since she was like 3 years old. The wooden box for baby teeth. Dude, there's a... parents keep fucked up shit, Angel. People keep foreskin, belly buttons, teeth. My ex-wife's mom had her belly button taped in her baby book. It's like, what the fuck? This is mummified in there. I think that beat Brop's other one. Or is his 22? 24, alright. Deciduous. Tooth collection. Organizer. The old tooth collection organizer. Gotta have one if you're gonna collect teeth. How long do they just have a fucking birthing sack in the freezer? People are fucking weird. Go to the hospital, have a baby. That baby is not proof of birth, no. You need the juices they were born with. How can you really prove they were born if you don't have all the gross birth juices? Could have hatched from an egg. Totally different juices. Kids' toenail clippings. Weird. Yeah, parents are fucked. I ain't got any of that shit. I got some handprints and some footprints. I don't know. Kim might have fucking kept her belly button or something. I don't know. The belly button's the bit of umbilical cord that falls off. Because they leave like a bit hanging there. And it just falls off later. Isn't that pleasant? Yeah, if I'm gonna steal a if I'm gonna steal a baby, I'm not gonna stop at a placenta. I got this mop and bucket. I throw it out because everything related to childbirth is pretty fucking gross. Like, it's cool and magical and all that, but also disgusting. I didn't get to deal with the water breaking, but I hear that's messy. I think the hospital asked if we wanted to keep like stem cells or some shit from the umbilical cord for later. It's like, hell yeah. For diseases and stuff, I think, is the real reason. But yeah, that's what I thought. For a clone. In the car? Yeah. I'm glad we didn't have anything like that. My ex had a double water. Because they came in and popped her first water. Then we waited like an hour and the shift changed. And the doctor's like, it says right here, your water's been popped. And we're like, yeah, they definitely popped her water. And then they're like, oh. And they had to go get the nurses and everything. But I guess the water bag or whatever it is folded and sealed itself to create a second bag of water. It's not water either, chat. It's not. They lie about it being water. It's just not. Not even like gross spring water. It's not that either. How's the hogging today? We got my biggest fish ever today. We hogged it up. And look at this hog right here. Ooh. My Dasani broke. Gotta hate spring water. Am I the only one? I can't drink it. It tastes like dirt. My favorite thing to say about childbirth is that it smells like the inside of a pumpkin. And I can no longer carve pumpkins. I already hate that smell. Cool. Dude, I'm not kidding you. The worst part about childbirth for me was the smells. Like, it wasn't that big of a deal at first. I don't feel like I got a sensitive sniffer, I guess. But, it wasn't that big of a deal, dude. But, like, after 6 or 7 hours, I was just like, God damn it. I want to leave the room so bad because it stinks in here. But that would have been rude. But I did. The reality is I really wanted to leave the room because it's stinky. You see my biggest hog? Yeah. Here. Let me... That's still not how you get there. This one. 48 kilo Baltic sturgeon. You had no poop during childbirth? Fuck, dude. Lucky you. My daughter also shit all over my ex-wife. And she was pissed. She was pissed. They like pull my daughter out. She's all gross and slimy and covered in chunks of whatever's inside you. And they looked at my ex-wife, who was fucking exhausted, miserable. She'd been sick. She'd been throwing up. It was a whole horrible experience, as childbirth do be. And they said, do you want to go skin to skin? And my ex-wife went, what? And they just set the baby on her bare chest. And the baby just shit. And if you didn't know this, the first like day or 2 days or however many days it was, baby shit black tar heroin. Just black, messy shit. All over her bare body. She was so mad at the nurses. Yeah, there's a name for it. I think you're right. It's something like that. I remember the conium. Meconium, yeah, not ma. Your wife and you just don't want kids? You could adopt. Less childbirthing. I don't know, dude. It's also fucking amazing. Like, there's so many parts of childbirth that are amazing. Like, my kid came out with her eyes open. So she just like... It was so weird. Just making eye contact. And amazing. And I'll never forget it. And she was purple. And I was like, that's fucking tight. And the nurses exclusively used sample packs of Astroglide. I didn't even know they still made Astroglide. But the one midwife, man, she saved my ex-wife, I swear to God, from like misery and agony. My daughter had like a 99th percentile head. And that nurse was fucking grabbing like 6-8 of these sample packs of Astroglide, tearing them with her teeth and just spraying that shit everywhere. I was like, there's so much lube in here. Must have used 100 of those little packs of Astroglide. I was like, why don't you guys get a big bottle? This seems super inefficient. Red fur. Yeah, it's the sterile thing. But I'm just saying, not a lot in those tiny... They could have made the packages bigger, at least. But I've heard horror stories about people getting torn coochie to butthole and stuff. So thank you, Astroglide. It is terrifying and miraculous. Like, I would genuinely have a baby. Even after watching it and the egg, like, I hate pain. I'm the type of person that whines about how difficult it is to open a bottle because it hurts my hands. But, like, I really want to know what it all felt like. Thanks to Astroglide. I'm working on my Astroglide sponsorship. I've never even seen it for sale anywhere else. I feel like Astroglide just got out of the sex game and got into the fucking baby lube game. Ugh, that's not the way to say that. Birthing lube? Sure, I guess. But yeah, I'd love to have a baby. It'd be tight. I feel like you miss out on a ton. There's a whole bunch of experiences, like breastfeeding and stuff like that. I felt so out of the loop. Worthless. We're kind of worthless as men when babies are born. If you laid eggs. God, could you imagine though? You'd have to do it regularly. Like, don't all egg laying, maybe not. All the egg layers I care about lay eggs regularly that I can eat. You've seen Astroglide next to the lifestyle condoms, dude. I hadn't seen Astroglide since I was like a kid and asked my dad, "What's this?" Yeah, it's just a chicken period, right? But lots of other birds do it. Maybe it's just birds that be doing it. The turtles just lay eggs for the fuck of it. An egg is easier to pass than a whole baby. I mean, I saw a baby come out of there, and it's pretty impressive. Truly impressive. Plus how fast it happens. Like, you spend all this time in labor, right? Which is like a misconception thing. Like, we spent 24 hours or whatever in the hospital having a baby, but like only fucking 60 minutes of it maybe was like pushing a baby out. The rest of it was just her in agony with her body going over and over and over and over. Like she was a fucking human game of what's the game with the pick the bones out, you get zapped? Anyway. But like yeah, only like an hour of it was shoving a baby out. And then once the baby gets that fat fucking noggin out, the rest of the baby just falls out. It's over instantly. I couldn't believe how quick it went from nothing to there's a live human child here. Operation, yeah. My ex didn't want to do the epidural, but she took like an oral pain medicine, and that just made her fucking start vomiting. So then she was vomiting and trying to push out a baby. Then they ended up giving her the epidural, and it put her legs to sleep, so she couldn't feel anything below her waist, so she couldn't push. So then we had to wait longer. We ended up having to spend an extra day in the hospital because she couldn't feel her legs to walk out. Doctors don't recommend an epidural. It's an option. It's just a choice for pain, right? It's not at all a necessary thing. It's just a choice for pain. Do you want to deal with pain? If no, here are your options. But definitely not like everybody should get one. Pregnancies that simulate going through pregnancy. How would they simulate that? I'm missing so many of the necessary bits. Yeah, the epidural is amazing, like what it does, but it's creepy. It's spooky. I get why you wouldn't want to get it. I mean, it's it's an IV drip in your spine, but it's a constant IV of number in your right into your spine. Pregnancy simulation suite. Yeah, but like how? I'm not falling for it. Oh, that's a woman. This looks like oh, that's a suit. I kept reading it as suite. Why is that $1,200? None of that gives me a vagina. Why is he washing this part in the sink? The belly cavity in the sink. You don't do that when you're pregnant. My wife never tore her stomach open and washed it in the sink. Wait, get exclusive offers before you go. No thanks. Yeah, that's just a weighted belly. That ain't pregnancy. It wasn't just a guy gets pregnant. It was fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger gets pregnant. Come on now. It wasn't just any old guy gets pregnant. It was Mr. Universe. Laughing gas? Dude, laughing gas is horrible. I'll never do it again. I hated that experience. It fucked me up so bad. And like the more uncomfortable I get with a situation, the more I just ramble. So I was like trying to get dental work done with laughing gas and trying to talk the whole time, and I just kept breaking out into laughter over like my agony. Ugh, I hated it so bad, dude. I didn't feel anything, but mentally I wanted to die. That's one of the options for paying for giving birth in the UK. Laughing gas? That'd be a fucking trip. Alright, you keep typing sweet. Alright, suit. I don't care about a birthing suit. I want a fucking full body birthing simulator. Turn my Audi into an innie and then shove a baby out of it. Where'd my fish go? They call it gas and air? Yeah, we just call it nitrous here. You know what I was thinking about today, offline? How about we start a line of RL simulators where you just tell somebody or control some actual living human being to do things? We want our simulators to be more realistic. The only answer is to use real people. What a sweet job that would be. What do you do? Oh, I'm a sim in a game. People make me power wash fences. There's a movie called Gamer. I didn't know about this movie. Well, it's already been done. I know, I was just thinking about actually fishing for someone who can't fish. You know? But they're in control. I'm like a human puppet. I'm certainly cheaper than a robot. That's pretty much how I sleep. Minus the waking up 8 hours later, but I get into bed and immediately fall asleep. If I close my eyes, I'm going to sleep. Ready? I don't pay attention to pop culture or what's going on in the world. I don't know what these things are y'all are naming me. I'm telling you what I want. It's Richard Hammer's brain idea, not... No, I'd have no idea what Detroit Become Human is except bad. Dumb Dog made it very clear that it's garbage, and I just shook my head and said, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah, the only time I can't sleep is just because I am not trying hard enough. But I'm really bad at telling myself to go to bed. But if I do that, if I turn the TV off and roll over onto my side and close my eyes, I'm asleep. It's tight. Yeah, see, if I was like into streamers and didn't think they were all a bunch of weirdos, I'd do that. I watch TV instead. Bad TV shows instead. Because I'm out of the good ones. Watched all the good ones. I also never watch anything twice. That doesn't help. I got friends who like have seen Sopranos 9 times, and I'm like, yeah, Sopranos was tight, but I'll never watch it again. Waiting for it to finish to watch it. No spoilers, but it's okay. I don't think it's great. I think it's Dexter-y. But, yeah, no spoilers. I'm not thrilled by it. But I'll watch it. That's all I need. Watchable television. Yeah, I agree. I don't want to spoil anything for people who haven't watched it, so I'm not going to, but I will give my opinion. It kind of reminds me of Mass Effect. This is my best, incredibly vague explanation I give you. Currently, with where the show is at, however many episodes in it is, like, yep, it's Dexter, but it's just no longer a story I care about. You know what I mean? Mass Effect's worse because you don't have Dick Shepard anymore, and everyone loved Dick Shepard, but Dexter's still there. But it's just not a story I care about anymore, you know? It's a new Dexter story, in a way. It's not horrible, just... better than the last two there was one. I don't know, I think Dexter was destined to have a controversial ending no matter how it did it. And instead it took the easy way out of nothing. I will say the new season of Dexter is far better than El Camino. So at least we got this and not El Camino. God, what fucking movie did I watch the other day that was literally the worst thing I've ever seen? It was on Netflix. One of the top 10. I would just go to the top 10 on Netflix and usually see if anything looks interesting. Fucking. No. I had Benedict's Cumber bundle batch, but Cumber my batch. Come on my back. Bender Dick, come on my back. And then he was a cowboy, and I was like, dude, I like that dude, and cowboys are cool. Now I'm gonna give some spoilers here, a tiny bit of spoilers, but never watch it anyway. Trust me. It's like a 2-hour fucking movie. And it's basically a 20-minute story drug out into 2 fucking hours, and it's not even that creative of a story. With like no explanation, no backstory, no fucking. It's just like they took the middle of a book, and with this part of the book was really interesting. How can we drag this out for fucking 2 hours without telling the rest of the story? Red Notice. Is that what it was called? No. I don't know. Power of the Dog. Yeah. That's it. Power of the Dog. The Cowboy Bebop wasn't terrible. And I have now watched a lot of the Cowboy Bebop show. I still haven't finished it, but Cowboy Bebop sucks. So, like, for a live action anime, it is by far the best, I think, that's been done. They did, there's a lot of attention to detail as far as the setting and the feeling of the show. I think they did a pretty good job. The acting is meh, but I think intentionally so now that I've watched the actual anime, because it feels a lot like the anime. They already canceled the Cowboy Bebop, so it's not going to get finished. That's funny. Well, that's the reception of a 20-year-old anime, a 23-year-old anime or some shit that has an insanely big fan base didn't get a good reception of a live action version. Like, surprise, surprise, holy shit, anybody with half a brain could have told you that. Ed was literally in the live action for like 13 seconds. You can't even begin to say the Ed character was any worse than the fucking Ed character in the anime because we didn't get to see it. It didn't exist in the fucking live action. Goldsky, you're the 55 months. It's not dog shit though. That's just wrong. It's not your fucking cartoon, but it's not dog shit. It did a good job of attempting to create a fantasy space cartoon with real people. Like the little dumb attention to detail things, like the casino in space and stuff like that, looked exactly like it did in the anime, and that was really well done. The ships looked good. They looked, slightly updated from the cartoon. It's a little less cartoony, but still kept the vibe. I thought they really did a great job with the scenery and the setting, and I think they got shit on a bit. Way too hard. As someone who had never seen Cowboy Bebop and wasn't a fan. Plus, the show sucks. I don't get why that's such a popular anime. A lot of them I do, but that one I'm like, it's just not good. And that's exactly why I think Cowboy Bebop fans should appreciate the live actions. And this goes for all of us. We should appreciate live actions and reboots to a degree because it brings interest into something we care about. Even if it's not the right version, it still brings interest into it. Exactly, you're drawing a new audience. And me, I had never seen it before, and I'm a nerd who's watched a few animes, you know, and just had never seen it because it's had a dumb name. Their style was kind of revolutionary at the time. I think the art and stuff Cowboy Bebop's fine. I just think the fucking story is garbage. It's like super fucking generic, and the characters are all awful. There's not a single character in that show to like. Except, I guess, Ed. At the point I'm at in this show, the only character I like is Ed. Even the dog is kind of a dick. Yeah, Angel's a... The actor for Jet in live action was great. That's an interesting one that I saw people debating too, like, is Jet black? And I was laughing a bit at that. Ooh, I've had good luck with rough daddies. I think the Faye in the live action was gorgeous. A gorgeous woman, and I don't know who she is, but I want her to love me forever. As where the Faye in the cartoon was awful. Like the most, by far the most shitty teen boy anime fantasy girl I've ever seen. No, it was more. It wasn't like a who cares. It was more, was the character in the anime intended to be black, which was interesting to me. Because I think anime is interesting with how they draw their characters a lot of the times, because they will still draw. Now, some of this is probably bad. I don't know. I'm not good at what's okay and what's not to say. But they will intentionally draw some characters. I have no better way to say this than stereotypical. Like stereotypical Asian. Like what I would imagine an American cartoon would draw an Asian person as. But then they will have characters like Spike that are kind of just generic. With no obvious attempt at discerning race. Which is an interesting thing to me with anime. Like, I'm not sure if it's intentional, if there is some racism behind it, or what's the cause there. Is Morgan Freeman in Shawshank playing a white Irishman? That's interesting. I would never read it to know. That's cool. And an incredibly iconic character. Hey, I'm with you. I don't care one way or another. But the debate existed before the live action, which is why I brought it up. That's what was interesting about the fact that he was cast as black. Was that people were debating if or not he was black before the live action existed. Is that what it is, 4D? I wondered, because, yeah, like, there are a lot of animes where they do exactly that. And in my opinion, you know, all the characters, I guess I'm assuming the race of these characters, but there are characters where they kind of muddy the water with it, and other characters where they just, like, you know, do the things that we used to do in the 70s. But yeah, the problem I have with Cowboy Bebop is the characters. They're just all super shitty, shitty people, and like a generic. I don't know. None of them seem original to me or unique in any way. Maybe 20 years ago when I was a teenager. I'm gonna get through that damn anime eventually. I just keep falling asleep watching it, which is rare that I fall asleep watching TV. It just doesn't make sense, Templar. It's not like even that they're good people. It's that they're like, I talked about this the other day with Spike, right? Like, Spike will constantly fuck over Jet and Faye to do the right thing without ever telling them he's doing the right thing, while simultaneously treating them like fucking shit in the process of doing the right thing. That's just, to me, that's just a poorly written character. Like, is he a good guy or isn't he? Because his actions with the people he clearly cares about most are disgusting, and then his actions with strangers are like, I'm the hero. And it's just not realistic to me. It's bullshit. I get that sometimes bad people do good things, but like, he is always doing the right thing for everybody but the people he cares about. He's just not a bad guy, but for some reason written to be a bad guy to his friends. But he's cool and stuff. Exactly. I don't know. Again, in that day, in that day, that was how you kind of treated your friends like shit. And over-sexualized Faye, like, to an extreme. Not just drawn in, like, an erotic way, but, dude, it's like watching fucking beach volleyball every time Faye is on the screen. Gonna intentionally focus the camera right there, and then on her ass. Back to the tits. Back to the ass. I'm interested to see if the anime gets into more of the stories that I liked from the live action. That so far it has just been a detective show. I don't know if any of those deeper stories are going to go anywhere. Yeah, I'm sure, but it doesn't mean it's good. My point is, it's not good. That's not an excuse for it. It's a good show. Cowboy Bebop. Again, I just don't like it. I'm trying to give it. Everyone has begged me to watch it for years, and I'm trying to give it an honest take, and it just doesn't do anything for me. It's like moderate enough TV that I'll get through it. When I've got nothing else new to watch, I turn it on. But I heard there already was a live action Full Metal Alchemist, and I didn't even know it existed. Now I want to watch it. It's giga cringe. I don't know. Again, I don't. That's the part that started the whole conversation. I don't agree. I think it's fine. It's just fanboys be fanboys. Just like people with books and everything. No one's ever gonna be satisfied. It's always gonna be the wrong actors, the wrong parts were left out. Brotherhood. The original Brotherhood are so fucking close that I don't think you get a big translation into the difference in live action. They're not going to be able to fit it all in there anyway. Yeah, it is nostalgia, and it's you know, like, I guess maybe I'm just getting old, and as a parent, like, I'm excited to watch the new Ghostbusters with my kid. I'm not mad that they're doing it, you know. Sure, I'll still like the old Ghostbusters more, but I'm not gonna. I liked the one with all the women. It was fine. It's not that different, Marianne. I'm just getting flooded with fish. What were they thinking? They were thinking there's an entire audience of people that don't watch anime. And some of these stories could be cool for people to watch that don't want to watch a cartoon. Oh, Brotherhood is definitely better. Minus the fact that Armstrong is just creepy. Other than that, Brotherhood is 1,000 times better. But he's incredibly fucking creepy. Especially when you realize that fucking Ed is like 11 or some shit. Yeah, but it's not like that's not a creepy I ever want in anything, alright? I'm just, again, my personal opinion is that never needs to be in any show. That didn't add anything to the show at all. I'm not sure how any of you would argue that it did add anything to the show. They can't follow the anime. It's impossible, Danger. You can't perfectly follow the anime. Like, you're getting into so many issues with that. Beyond just graphically, like, there are just things that can't be done. Zero gravity cigarette throws can't be done. And aren't gonna be. Like, it's just not, it's not reasonable. And, like, it's not enough to be mad, mad at a scene because he didn't zero grav throw a cigarette. But I saw people who were. I don't think I've seen any of the Full Metal Alchemist movies. I love Full Metal Alchemist, though. Very much. It is great. One of my favorite shows ever. Like, not just anime, but shows, period. But you also get into translation and everything, right? Like, even just subtitles. If you really want to get into it and pretend like your show's you're this preserver of. You're not watching the show and reading it in Japanese. The one guy's gonna say, "Oh, I am," but like, you're not even reading the show in its original language. So there's already so much emotion and dialogue that's lost just in you translating it to subtitles. Like, get over it, man. But there are literally words and phrases and sentences and things that can't translate. There was a big one with Squid Game where like they totally tried to write it in a way that was understandable. I think it was when at the end. Anyway, I'm not gonna spoil that, but yeah, there was like a really big emotional moment where I guess in Korean it was like make you cry, and in English it was just like whatever. The emotion, there's literally words that don't exist, ordinary, and again, you'll never know what you're missing. You'll never understand what you're missing because you don't see it. How will you, like, you can say the enunciation isn't lost, or, but like, you don't know what you missed. And that's exactly what they were talking about with that part in Squid Game. Like, people don't realize what they missed and how different that scene was supposed to feel because it wasn't there. That's it. Just by translation. And the fact of the matter is, it's still great to you as it is without you realizing you definitely miss things. I would almost guarantee with every single American translated anime, there are parts of the dialogue that did not come off correct. That just don't translate correctly to English. And yeah, there are even fan-driven translations in an attempt to get better realism with that. It already exists. So it's just, to me, it's just fanboyism. Like you, and I understand being passionate about something you really enjoy. I do. I got things that, Mad Max. I love the Mad Max, the original Mad Max movies. If you were here when fucking Fury Road came out and everyone was saying how awesome it was and I wanted to fucking scream and punch and cry, I get it. I was there too. It still makes me mad on the inside, but whatever. Just watch my Mad Maxes and forget that one exists. Worst fucking sequel ever created. Forget it exists. See, and ruin it is, again, your opinion based on I watched it this way and it was so much better. But like, for Jasky and I, we were talking about this the other night. Like, I won't watch an anime, and that's not true. I watch subtitles. I mean, I watch like Squid Game and stuff like that. I will watch subtitles. Side note, real quick, sidebar. Squid Game. Did that one dude speak English the whole fucking time? The God, was it the phone calls were in English? Cause like I didn't recognize anyone had spoken English till like super late in the fucking show. Cause I just wasn't listening to the words. And I was like, wait a minute, that dude just spoke English, didn't he? Has he been speaking English the whole fucking time? Because I was so focused on the damn subtitles. Yeah, subtitles definitely help keep focus. But yeah, when you're laying down to go to bed and don't want to have to intently stare at the screen. I do sometimes. I tried to do that with. So I originally was watching Cowboy Bebop with subtitles, and then I was like, man, I'll probably get through this faster if I just turn the subtitles off and do the dub. But the fucking voice actors just killed me. Like, the change of the voice actors just killed me, and I couldn't do it. So even me, like, I get it. I'll find what's best for me personally. But I think it's silly how we get so heated over... Like it somehow ruined your version. That's the part that doesn't make sense to me. I haven't watched the Dune remake. but I should. I really liked Dune 25 years ago when I watched it, even though it was like that movie was bad then. Ruined the book. Wasn't the best. I'm sure it's better than the original. The original was like I enjoyed it, but it was a mess. Isn't the Dune book fucking monster too, though, Lackert? Oh, it's 6 books. How many books is the movie supposed to encompass? Hence the slow. Yeah, exactly, Lackert. God, slow just reminds me of that stupid fucking dog movie I just watched. God, that was the slowest fucking movie. Just the first one. Yeah, I've heard the books are intense, like crazy, to try to accomplish half a book. Are they gonna do more Dunes? I mean, I'm here for sci-fi. Give me all the Dunes. Were all the books good? I don't know that many people that have read Dune. And I don't remember really much about it from the first movie. My friend made me watch it because he had read the Dune books when I was a teenager. Pretty far out. That's what I thought. I thought it was like people liked the first few Dune books. And his son takes over. Ah. Not ordinary. Yeah, it would be incredibly hard to take over someone's writing, even if you lived with a person every day of your life. There's just so much there. Spidey, thank you for the tier 2 in the 83 months. Did the fucking last of the Game of Thrones books ever get finished? Because I heard George R. R. Martin was working on something else again now, too. No. So Dude'll do like anything but write the last of those books, huh? He probably saw how shitty everyone reacted to the ending of the show and was like, I just won't bother. I'll just die first. Don't see about yourself for life anyway. I mean, some people actually care about their projects. Not everybody just does things for money. It's more than most do, but yeah, Elden Ring. That's what he's working on now. I was like, that motherfucker will literally do anything but write the last of those books. Did it? Is it at like an okay point, or is it at like a total cliffhanger? I would guess that he worked on it. Yeah, I would guess that he had very little to do with it. I'm sure too with Elden Ring. It's more about just throw his fucking name, tag his name to it for fucking X amount of dollars. Total Cliff, love that. Love that for you guys. Cause I'm cool with how the show ended. Like it was rushed. But like it was the direction the show was going, everything happened the way you expected it to fucking happen. That was the direction it was pointed. They just went yeah and ended it. All of the foundations were set. I understand people are mad that like there needed to be more progression for her to go batshit, but like batshit was inevitable. That was definitely the future was batshit. But like, you know, the show is still tight. Still an amazing show. It's like it's hard to write off how exciting those first few seasons were. Anything but his third book, yeah, that's funny. I don't know. That would be fucking. I mean, I could definitely see people getting hung up on finishing their legacy kind of deal, especially when it's successful. It's a scary concept, being done. Oh, a baby sturgeon. Hi there, baby. Flinging 5 kilos in the air. Just dying and leaving a legacy unfinished. Ah, I think that's easy to say from an outsider's perspective, Spaghetti, but I think they're both terrifying concepts. Because you have that, like, instead of, like, you don't have, you get to leave it on this, who knows if it would have been an amazing ending, right? Which is kind of cooler than everyone hates what I finished and now I'm dead and I can't fix it. It's not like you can go back and rewrite it. So you get to just die knowing that people wanted an ending, desperately wanted you to continue to write instead of people going, "What the fuck, asshole? How could you do this to me?" Right? Like I don't know. I could see just wanting to die and not finish your work. I'm understanding. I'm interested in Witcher season 2. I hated and loved season 1. I really do, that's a show where I think that I wish to God they would have took a different approach than I guess the books did. Cuz boy was the whole constant time warping obnoxious to watch. But I like the result, the end result good, but the experience of watching it was incredibly frustrating. Well, they was 66 months. A beta again? Oh, are they? Yeah, I had never, like, I had no Witcher experience before this show. So, massively fucking annoying. I don't want to feel like at the end of a show I need to watch it again to see what I missed now that I understand how it was being written. And that's kind of how the show felt for me. So I don't know if that's the continued way, if that's the way they continue to write that shit, but I hope not. And more monsters, please. I was promised monsters. Tar everything for the 24 months. But humans are the worst monsters? Yeah, that's fine. But I'd like to see some monsters. Just fucking camera pan one for me. But, again, really awesome scenery. I think great acting and cast and a really cool world. So I'm super curious for season 2. But you know, I say all that, but the fucking white wig sucked. Other than that, I really love the look, the vibe of the show. Am I the only one that feels like the wig sucked? It just felt too big out here. You know? Like it needed to be tighter. The wig looked like a wig, yeah. It definitely didn't look like hair. And it mainly looked like a wig to me because it was out here. People's hair isn't usually way out here. Doesn't stick off your head this far. I get that it's like an iconic bit of his character, but I need a little more out of the wig. Dyed it with house paint. Apparently dyeing your hair gray is an incredibly difficult thing to do. To get like a true gray like that. I had tried to have it done at a salon and it was awful. And when all the gray washed out, I was left with blonde highlights, like really trashy blonde highlights. Yeah, long enough for extensions instead of a wig. Yeah, because I think like you could have got a very similar effect. Dude, I spent fucking $400 or something dumb lacquered. Cobalt took me to like the most expensive salon in his rich neighborhood. I was in there for like 6 goddamn hours. But still, yeah, that's incredibly expensive. That's like getting your hair done rainbow. The hair should be better, I agree. But I really think, yeah, they could have toned down the gray a bit, which I think is why they went with a wig, and given him some extensions or something that would have looked a lot more realistic and a lot less dude LARPing. I guess that's why. I've seen better fucking cosplay hair than that. It is very strange, isn't it, Lacquer? Yeah, they need to put a scene in where he's brushing it or something. It's dumb hair. But that's video games. I hate that shit so much, too. Though I've always been against the fucking gaudy video game armor and weapons and stuff like that. Like, I think I was like the only teenage boy playing, not even teenage, like 10 playing Final Fantasy VII that thought Sephiroth's sword was dumb. Like, dude, you'd be way more badass if you just had a regular sword that made any logical human being sense and not a pole vault. Man, it is just dead now. Might be time to run off, except everyone keeps giving me more fish, and I don't like to let my fish rot in my inventory. You gave up, bro? Yeah, I'm thinking about taking it somewhere else. Trying to figure out where I think the bleaks would... There's got to be another place where I could get this kind of variety going. I thought Arcane was very good, too. I really like the art style. That might be a trophy. It is. I really like the art style of Arcane a ton. And, like, as someone who played League a bit, it got me excited about League too. The game has very little obvious lore, like you have to go digging and there's a bunch of like assumed lore and stuff like that too, but from what I can tell, from what I knew about the game, everything seemed pretty on point. Yeah, it's surprisingly dark. Like, I was shocked at how dark it was for a League of Legends game. Or League of Legends show. Yeah, League has like some really dark lore, but it's mostly to do with like goofy yordles and stuff, you know? Like all the super dark stuff you hear about League is, at least for me, was about yordles, so it's like funny dark, not like dark, sad. I mean, that show's emotional to a degree, I guess. Yeah, it's a bunch of different factions warring and stuff for sure. But I guess that's less dark to me. That's just like the world. I had no idea Echo was a boy in the game. I played against Echo a million times and had no idea Echo was a boy. So that really fucked me up. I also didn't watch it with apparently if you watch it with subtitles, it just labels all the characters' names. So I like had no idea that boy was Echo until like adulthood. There was a fish on there for a split second. I thought it was like, because there's a few characters in there where they're like very similar, right? Like what's what's his face, the main baddie that corrupts Jinx or whatever. Like, and the way they even say his name is super close to Shaco. Yeah, Silco, but it's super close to Shaco, and he kind of has that same vibe. Or Shaco, whatever we call it in League, whatever the right way to say it is. And I was like, is that him? The fucking young boy, her friend, the young boy's very Warwick. A lot of theory crafting. He is indeed Warwick. I don't know, Benji might be. Warwick is their father? There was even like a scene with like a gambling rat that looked exactly like Twitch and stuff, so there's like a lot of characters that were similar to characters you'd see in League, right? So that's why I didn't even think that that was Echo. I thought like at some point we were going to see that boy's mom or something, or his sister was going to be Echo, because I was genuinely convinced Echo was a woman. Oh, and like their dad, you say their dad was Warwick, but in my mind their dad was fucking Mundo. Not Warwick. I thought for a minute he was turning into Mundo there. And all that shit that I had no idea in the game, like all that, the drug stuff of it was super fucking interesting, and wacky. Yeah, he looked very Mundo. So, but I think it's just because they did a good job of incorporating the lore for the characters in with the lore for the game in with the characters, even if it wasn't necessarily the direct character, which is cool. You'd be like, that dad's on the Mundo drug. I also got confused and thought, who's the blood guy in League? What's the blood character? Vlad. I also got confused and thought Victor was Vlad. Not laser beams, but blood guy, because all the blood shit that was going on, I thought he was turning into Vlad. I was like, when's the dude gonna turn into a pool of blood? That's exciting. It's funny how we all thought Silco was somebody. The police officer's daughter to become Annie. Ooh. My little brother is a leaguer and low rank league and a lot of casual league, and he said it's crazy how much the play time of all those characters went up from the show. Yeah, no, it's just a really good show, and I think it works really well because League's story has always been, or League's, yes, I was arguing with people, they were saying League doesn't really have a story, but League's story has always kind of been like, you gotta go find it a bit, you know, it's not as obvious. Just bits for everybody, right? Everybody's got a bit of backstory, but not their whole life laid out before you. So they've got a lot of room to work with it. I didn't know you were a League person, Tommy. When are we playing ranked? Is win rate way down? Yeah, that's usual when people start playing a character. I wouldn't stream it, but 5 years. Oh, all right. Well, every character is scary if it's in the right player's hands. And that's the part League fans don't ever want to admit. They just want to keep blaming the meta and chasing the meta instead of getting good at one. Display brand support, can't go wrong. Nobody's ever upset to have a brand support. Well, brand supports can tend to not play support. I do see a lot. I actually do get hesitant of a brand support because they're usually the one that's playing brand because they want to kill. But that's also good in the late game because they actually have value, potential value, unlike some supports. A Gambit ripoff, sort of? I guess. I wish there was a Gambit movie. I wish the only tiny bit of Gambit we've gotten wasn't lame. Gambit's my favorite X-Men. Blitz or Leon? I love Blitz. But Blitz is one that, again, falls super hard. But I love Blitz. My favorite. The only support I play. I don't play support. Well, that's the thing, Variander. They don't have to add every character. It's not necessary. They have enough. They have so many characters to pick and choose from, and they don't have to make it about everybody. I mean, they very much have a story dedicated right now. So unless they're gonna start like doing, you know, clearly all the people that they're focusing on in the show, their lives interact. So unless they're gonna start doing like complete second stories, a whole nother area of the show. But support's a fucking snooze. I don't play it. And luckily I jungle, and jungle just has been dead. Every time I play that game, jungle's fucking dead, so I just always get it. When I play with my brother, I play ADC, but I don't really like it. I used to love carry in Han, but that's not just low ranks. That's always. There's always the blame game. No, again, same thing I said earlier. No one wants to take responsibility, and even if it is someone else's fault, it's worthless to sit there and yell at them. But you know, you just ignore that shit. I love MOBAs. Fucking hate that they get such a bad rap because people suck. Fuck, I got yelled at in this game by some random dude because trolling is for people with no balls or some shit. People just suck. Predator was fun to play. Predator was one of those characters that I never could figure out how to really snowball with him. But every time a good player against me with him, he'd run wild. Madman was my favorite. Madman and Nighthound were my favorite carries. Yeah, that was it, Tommy. Expect you to play like a pro. Well, the reality is they're just wrong too, Dan Lab. That's what people don't want to recognize either. Like, they assume they have this idea in their head that jungle should be available to gank every lane at all times, and it'll never hurt him or the team as a whole. And that's just wrong. But everyone's convinced when their lane is losing, the jungle should have been there to make it not happen. And again, it's just wrong. Hey, Kevin. No matter what character you're on, too, dude. Like, even if you have no option to help, no ability to do anything, you can be dead and have no mana. And fucking respawn counter ticking, and they're still telling you that you should be there. Oh, jungles aren't. I mean, yeah, dude, everybody, like I said, everybody in that game is so instantly aggressive, and it's because of the aggression, right? Like, aggression begets aggression. Like, even when someone is nice and is like, hey, man, why are you buying MR? They got 5 AD. It'll be somebody responding with like, fuck you, you don't know what you're talking about, bitch. And it's like, dude, they got 5 AD. He just was trying to tell you before you invested 3,000 gold into an MR item. That wasn't mean. He wasn't like, lol, you idiot, why are you buying MR? Like, even the nicest attempt at, like, discussing someone else's gameplay. Fish got away. Where? How? Is met with attitude. I have never flamed someone except... You've got to remember, they're coming off another game. Right? Where they... Who knows what happened. It's not to say I don't get mad. I get mad at me. I just try very, very hard not to take it out on other people. Because it's pointless. It's not going to do anything. Except end up with somebody standing in the fountain. Lost a lot of games where... Or won a lot of games where people were screaming and yelling at each other as long as they keep playing. That's pretty much me, Lacquer, yeah. I'll just use pings. That's it. depending on like how it starts, you can usually tell from the get-go who's mad, you know? My golden rule is if they're shit-talking each other before the game starts, pick Teemo. Because that's a good chance that they'll remake. Somebody will ditch and remake. If not, you just make them so much angrier that you know you're gonna have a good time. That's how I troll. That's to pick Teemo. Teemo's always been okay. Honestly, there's like very few League characters that are that bad. And again, that I think that is the number one thing that keeps people trapped in shitty ranks. Is they're so convinced that picking off meta is the worst thing in the world for you. Like, bro, you're fucking silver or whatever. Stop pretending like it matters. I'd much rather have somebody playing an easy character that they understand that is off meta than attempting to chase some fucking high skill cap Lee Sin or some shit that they're never going to be able to play well. Because they're fucking silver and have 600 games or something. I would pick Teemo? Absolutely. Teemo, I love Teemo top. So I love Teemo top except when I'm not absolutely shit stomping, then I just hate my life because now all I'm doing is clicking minions for an hour. Because that's top lane. That's why I don't play top like ever anymore. I used to love top. I love the concept of top. The league's lane phase is so boring. Dota has a much better lane phase. I won't ever stream League again. Most likely. I have. It doesn't end well. I tried to do even like fun games with chat, and people got mad at each other. That's how I knew that it doesn't matter, dude. People were bitching at screen cheating when they joined a streamer's game, and yelling at each other, and in a 5v5 custom game with a streamer. When Dota coming back? I never streamed Dota either. I just went and played Dota with Draskell. Probably never, because I don't have anyone that plays Dota except Draskell, and I enjoyed playing with Draskell, but I did not enjoy never getting to play inside my skill. That gets frustrating. I love ranked because I like a decent competitive game, you know. I think like every single one of my league games since I got high enough level to play ranked is ranked. I don't play TFT. I did when it first came out. I don't like their season switches. I think it's lame. I'd rather play auto chess. It's better. Or Storybook Brawl. I just think they're both better. So the nasty on your 9 kilo? Oh no. Do I still dabble in Magic? No, not really. It's too expensive, man. If I wanted to play Magic, I'd have to go to like fucking Magic Online, where it's not just throwing money at wizards. I only really like Limited for my personal play. Like I'd do another constructed event or something with Twitch if I was asked, but I'm never gonna play constructed. I have like 2,000 unopened Hearthstone packs. So. And Limited is just such an expensive thing to do on MTGA when you can't do anything with the cards. The cards have no value. And so many of the formats were best of one. I heard that's better now. Best of ones in Magic confuses me so hard. It's just wrong. Like, I know that people don't want their games to last an hour, but, like, that's just not Magic. Magic is a best out of 3 game. It always has been. It's like the only balance to fucking mana screw. Yeah, I just don't like things that aren't really competitive. And to me, EDH and Commander are just, that's just casual kitchen table Magic. I've never really played kitchen table Magic unless it was to practice for a tournament. I don't know. I'm not good at casual. I love competitive games, man. They fun. But like I talk to Cobalt a lot about EDH. My little brother plays a lot of EDH, and to me it just sounds like fun with the boys. It's not competitive. It's like, you know, which deck's the most annoying, so they decide to team up and kill that. Shit like that. Yeah. No, I don't touch Hearthstone anymore. Won't go back to that, I don't think. Blizzard is dookie. I actually really like Hearthstone's arena format. I think it's super affordable in comparison. And I would probably choose arena over paying for MTGA draft stuff, but ouch, Tommy. Alright, this is dead. Oh, it's the beautiful hour. We'll go till dark. If it doesn't pick up by then, we're moving on. Though I'm getting incredibly sleepy. This is the latest I've stayed up in a week. Yeah, I'm sure. I know that it can get competitive. I mean, there's even EDH tournaments, but that isn't the way it's played the majority of the time. And like, if I was gonna do it, I don't think it's the most competitive formats for me, because constructed just doesn't intrigue me. EDH, competitive EDH is gonna be the same concept as any other constructed competitive format. So low Q Dota. I haven't touched Dota in years. At least League I occasionally play. I haven't. Shiverwarp and I game when we have a game in mind. I reach out to him or he reaches out to me. I'm not that close with anybody on the internet. Or anybody, for that matter. There's nobody I talk to every day. Except my ex-wife. But that's just kid stuff. Oh, and my child. But that's a given. In chat. Yeah, I guess. Oh, dude, I love limited. I wish I could get a limited game going regularly. My fucking local shop has never been into it, dude. It's been the same fucking guys up there forever. Since I was a kid. And they're just not into it, dude. They just continue to fucking beat each other up with net decks. I hear it's in beta with the multiplayer, yeah. Shiverwarp and I would like to go back to that game, I believe, in the future. Last I knew. Not quite every day, 40. I took yesterday off. Fucking dude, I need that day after my kid leaves because I'm just so burned. I get so little fucking sleep. I try not to do it to myself, but I'm excited to get back on nights. I don't think I have anything to do this weekend. I need to go buy stocking stuffers. That's it. Yeah, bro, that's what I thought. How's the 7 days update? It's not enough for me to go back to that one either yet, but... I thought it was just out in beta now, bro. Not out. Like it's in the beta branch. Which usually means it's still got some issues. Back to Tarkov? Maybe. I think they'd have to make some big changes for me. I like playing Tarkov with my friends. I enjoy gaming with people more than playing by myself because it's easy. I can just sit here and play the game and not have to worry too much about chat. How's fish tonight? It was okay, but now it has died out bad. I'm about to move on or go to bed. I haven't decided yet. I like to push myself to... Oh, I've had 6 hours. Look at me go. I caught a blue tag today. I've got 3 of them now. I'm a hero. A super cool big fish. This 180-gram bleak. Look at him. What a hog. 23 centimeters. Y'all wish you were 23 centimeters. Look how shiny inside his mouth is. It is a roach. I told you, it looks like a roach. I was genuinely going to shake it off the line, bro. And it pulled the bobber down instead. Because it wasn't the fish I wanted. Which makes me wonder how many I shook off before. It was like right at my feet where it bit, so I saw it very close. It's prime time and the fish aren't biting. I'm confused. Might be time to hammer them out deep and see if anything's going there. Hey, card. From Massachusetts. I give up. This game's dumb. I just think Tarkov needs to figure out what it wants to do. Today is Sweden. Fuck! Does it want me to loot stuff or buy stuff or what? Because it's confused about what it is and what kind of game it's trying to be. Bleak, smelt, and minnow tourney? Is that what we need? I don't know what I'd go after. I guess bleak. That would be such a fucking shit show. Well, yeah, night person, then that's part of, they need to figure out what they want to be. Like, they don't know how to handle that, and in my opinion, they keep doing the opposite of ways to handle that. Like, they devalue everything tremendously by making everything's available to be purchased. All everybody does is the same thing every single time, is grind out the quests and money and then buy everything they want to go into every raid. Whee! And guns are dirt fucking cheap, which makes no goddamn sense. What is this fucking crazy world of scavengers where guns cost nothing? I did unlock mole crickets today. Squished 130 things in happy hour. Just gotta do that like 5 more times, baby. And then buy a $5,000 knife. I changed skill points a while ago. I got rid of feeder skill points and just put them all in the car prod. But that was it. I just swapped those around. I didn't want to get a third car prod. But poor. I wonder if I threw these bleak on Yama if they'd do anything. Because it is just fucking dead here. Hey, Hobbit. It was good for a bit. You fished it to death. It sure does feel that way. It's been that way for me lately, man. Hot and cold. But normally this hour is always good. Somebody gave me some more dumb smelt, didn't they? Let's get rid of those at least. Whoop. Oh shit, I didn't reset my... Just talking about life, man. Just life. Take your smelt and enjoy it. The smelt trapped me here forever in this prison. This island prison. I can't let fish go to waste. I hate when people do it. You're gonna kill them fish, you're gonna fucking use them. The gibbles are bad in the smelt spot, man. But also really good if you want to catch trophy gibbles. Groove evening. Fooly cooly gamer. No trophy gibble, only roach. Gotta go big for those trophy gibbles. They were like bonkers. Look at the records for gibbles on Ladoga. They were all set in like one day. They're still there. They're just slow. But if you want to go for a blue tag, that's still the spot I think right now. But it was giant hooks and night crawlers, like size 1 hooks and night crawlers. It was bonkers over there. Simtori thing for the 41 months. I was surprised to see they didn't just move them. They're still there. You still catch a ton of trophies if you do that. Like, almost exclusively trophies if you do that. You just only catch, like, 5 fish a day. So 5 Gibble trophies isn't as cool as it sounds, because they're worth $10 each. Night, Duran. Thank you so much, Sim. Tier 2. Long time. Kisses. A fish. They do exist. If you're smelt fishing, though, I found the flies were way more consistent to get smelt, but they weren't as big. So if you're looking for jumbo smelt, the caddis flies got bigger ones. There's so many smelt in here. I have 10 smelt? Oh, white bream. I love a white bream. I haven't thrown the rough out either. Roughs have always done me good out here. I love bait fish, dude. It's the best fishing in the game. Maybe I should try moving down here and throwing into this area. I wish there was one more fucking island. Ooh, maybe I should throw into this. Nothing could go wrong there, right? Off the high cliff, the high hide. Into that. You tried the top one off the cliff? Did you try moving that back down here? Fish off the bridge I used to all the time. It was my favorite place to fish in the entire game. There was a bunch of whitefish that were active down here last week. And they ate these smelt too. You went off the other side from over here? Oh, is that actually closer? Alright, what about here to here? It does feel like this genuinely is broken up into little sections. Like, the other day I was throwing here, it was all Xander again. Oh, you didn't try the deep deep? Alright, we're going to the deep deep. We're going off the mountain. It's the only answer. Smelt off the mountain. Smelt off the mountain. Just yeet him into the sea. Plus from there I can walk back to town. That's a tight feature. Everywhere I go here, I gotta take a tiny little boat ride. And then my boat tickets expire, and you know what? I gotta go, Tommy! Tommy, I had to ask for a boat ticket again today. 3 times today I've had to ask for boat tickets. I had a big sturgeon on and I had to go ram it. Got stuck on a fucking rock again. This damn sticky sturgeon. We're going mountain climbing. Scamming people out of silver. I mean, in a way, yeah. I never expect to stay out as long as I end up staying out. I really don't do it on purpose. It's just... No, I didn't. Well, I got it loose once, but then it got stuck again and I lost it. Kinda. Come on. Today the one that got stuck though was stuck somewhere I could. I'm a sturgeon. I don't think I've ever got stuck like that there. Get off the boat. Let me off the boat. That's not it. Where's the sanding station? Hell yeah. A slightly rotten roach. A little sand. I failed to sand my fish. The whitefish hotspot? I don't know. I need hotspots. I don't Google that shit. Chat sometimes tells me. No, I'm going to the mountain. And I'm gonna yeet smelt off the edge. They're going on a goddamn journey. Heavy weights on there. I don't have full energy. What, didn't you get that far back in? The island in the middle. This one? Or this one? The whitefish have been good here for like a week. That took a long time to hit the water. I'm gonna assume that's in the deep water. Yep, trying out the new map early. I don't understand the casting. Sometimes I can full cast 128% when I have no energy. But like right now my energy is almost full. Why can I only cast 113%? What's wrong with me? Like, what do I gotta do? What the fuck are these rooms? Why create things like this that don't make sense? It just fogged out the windows, man. Not made me look into weird brick boxes with no doors. Oops. It just won't let me fucking charge this cast all the way up. That's fine, fuck it. Now it will. Yeah! I'm sure that'd be a new record. Oh no, it's a bait fish rig they never throw as far as. This'll work, I'm sure. Gotta be good. Just gotta be. I think you locked before you hit the bottom there, or what? Not even gonna fucking cook those apples? You're just gonna eat them? Why do you hum? What's going on in there? Homemade bacon? thought I fell. Oh, this spot makes a little more sense to cast from. Uh-oh. My new hot spot's not hot. Could have been hot. Under the stairs. It's where everyone hides 11 worms. How many mole crickets have I dug up so far? 5? That's it? Those are ugly fuckers. The mole cricket is a large insect, up to 6 centimeters in length, yellowish brown in color, and it inhabits kitchen gardens. The fuck's a kitchen garden? Flower gardens and riverbanks. The insect is able to dig holes at a depth of about 80 centimeters, where it spends the entire day, appearing on the surface only at night. The best place to find a mole cricket is a compost heap or old rotten sawdust. Alright, I thought it was in a kitchen garden. This is an excellent bait for such predatory fish as catfish, barbel, or chub. A mole cricket is mainly used with bottom rigs. Harvested mole crickets are stored in a ventilated container with soil or sawdust poured onto its bottom. Like onto the mole cricket's bottom? You pour it directly onto its bottom? Some weird shit. Oh, this bug. Yeah, this is a mole cricket. And it will kill you in your sleep. Like a small garden with a basil and a parsley and shit in it. That's got a special name. It's not just a garden, and like an herb garden. Does it have to be herbs? What if it was like a small garden with some carrots in it? Would that count as a kitchen garden? Can you have carrots, or is it just herbs? Herbs and stuff for cooking. So like a cow? Like 3 cattle? 3 cattle in a small fence? That could be your kitchen garden? Take much space to grow enough to use for cooking. Huh, never heard of it. Sounds like an herb garden to me. Alright, this spot sucks. I'm gonna be patient. Path to the lighthouse. This is a bridge, not a path. Patience. Patience. Who jangled? Who jingled, then jangled? I don't know. There's no fish, though. I know that for sure. My patience ran out. just fucking out there, though. I don't remember the clip for that other island. That's a noise bird. Not so tidy appearance. That's silly. I don't live by these rules. Excuse me. No. Alright, you go rolling down the mountain. I heard you hit the water down there. Is your drag just really low? Nope. This one just continues to get stuck, while its friends had no problems. It was that smelt. It was hanging on. That does make sense, Slacker. Perfect lawn people are gross. I bet that's another Ladoga gibble carp. Another blue tag Ladoga gibble carp. Yeah, dude, you gotta keep your nuts clean. Is it closer from here to here than here to here? No. Yes, no. Where are you getting them big roughs, Tommy? Not to mention, I hear it's a disaster for people with seasonal allergies. All this lawn mowing. I don't remember how far I was casting here. I wonder. Oh, it's pretty far. I don't know that I can reach it. Yeah. That seems too far. I hate little ledges I fall in. Oh, that's not the numbers I want to press at all. That one didn't make it. Tiger nuts? Everybody tried tiger nuts when they first came out. It's apparently a super popular carp bait IRL, but hasn't done well since the beginning of Amber that I know of. Tiger nut pop-up? Yeah. They were hot when Amber came out. Like I said, I don't know if it was just because they were getting used a ton or actually that good, but IRL, I think they're expensive too, IRL. But popular. You don't have to mow it anymore? You don't get a ticket? That's tight. Multiple times I got yelled at by my town for not mowing my lawn when I lived in town. Now I just don't have a lawn. I live on a hill, and it's covered in ivy. And it's tight. Small Zandy. Oh yeah, this one fell short. These might actually be getting to the deep water. Are the butterflies in danger? They in a turf war with the bees? Let's you not mow your lawn, which is super tight. That's almost as good as getting your kid to mow the lawn, so. We have a cool butterfly garden that I take my daughter to almost every year. Zandies. Get in my pocket. Right in my fish pocket. Now this is fishing. Hurry, boys, more bait. Another region record gibble. Yeah, when one does it, then 3 people go, they're back, and run over there. That's honestly the best thing California's got going for it. All the cool yards made of stones and stuff. Fuck grass, man. What a waste. Who needs it? Makes me itchy. Can't lay in it or anything anyway. Bugs and lower level of the food chain. Dude, I live in the woods. There's plenty of space for bugs to live without me having fucking grass. So slow, Gravis. It's frustrating. And I already have a blue tag gibble, so I don't know why I ever bothered fucking around with it. Two-thirds clover. Yummy. So I could brag about having 2 blue tag gibble? Yeah. I got a blue tag today here anyway. Didn't even need the gibble spot. I'm just a blue tag guy. 2 out of 3 of my blue tags have come when I'm not streaming too, so like can't even claim streamer luck. It's a bleak, and no, it's not even the weekly record, let alone a global record. That was the part that made me the most sad. My first weekly, or my first blue tag that wasn't a weekly. Yeah, at least when I got my gibble, it was a weekly as well, so it was worth 300 gold. Blue tag means like the rarest, or in the top like 10% of its size, basically. Not necessarily the rarest, because there's multiple sizes of blue tag. And they're very rare for most species. Some people have played many hours and are like basically the same level as me and named Brop H Dog and have 0, where I have 3. And about 3,000 trophy perch. Nobody catches trophy perch like me. And a regular catfish can be as low as 3 kilograms. And still be like a decent cat. You catch a 3 kilogram catfish in real life, you're like, hell yeah, that's tight. But you know that there's that chance of getting the fucking 200 kilogram and being like, yo, that's tight. $900 hours and not a single blue tag? Yeah, see, I don't want to be like that guy. I got like 800 hours and 3 of them, you know? And all of them just random. They're not like I go target spots that are posted. My first one I was level 8. They're not even hard. Level 8s can get them. Even if you went and sat at that gibble spot, you wouldn't get one. I've cursed you. I missed blue tag perch by fucking 0.004 grams the other day. What are you doing with your rod, sir? This fish ain't that big. What is it that you're acting so weird about it? It's just a Xander, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, this is just my feeder that oh no, that's an Atlantic. Oh man, the fish are banging here. They're no good, but it's active. I like activity. Yeah, just a lot of stuff, bro. Not anything good. I thought I might get some whitefish, but they may have moved down now. They were here, like I said, like last week. I'd love a trophy Xander. I don't have one. I've gotten some pretty good Xander out here, but just missed trophy. A couple of 7 kilos. I missed that trophy gray char by like fucking half a kilo too or less. Last week was that? Yeah, any of the chars? Dude, I have like none of the I have like none of the rare species even trophy. Not even like fucking Cory char and stuff. But I've fished the fuck out of Cory. I keep falling down here. I gotta stop running to cast because it gets me stuck. And it's very annoying. Yeah, I don't like jigging. Hey, Grainbolt. Somebody else had a crazy amber earlier. It was nuts. They were just hammering them. I think I'm actually overshooting that. Now that I'm looking at this again. Oh yeah, I'm definitely overshooting that. Well, maybe not. If you run to the other side, it's closer. Good smelt, Jenkins. That's not trophy yet, is it? There were some good smelt and bleaker orders earlier. I actually made money out here. Under the tree you can climb? That's a good spot. Can climb tree. I'm looking at a map like it with the measurements on it. And trusting them. Yeah, I think this is going to be a tiny bit closer. Probably should have went to like 31, not 30. Buy a lottery ticket, but I already used my luck. Would you let me set the rod down? No, you're stuck in the fucking groove again. Yeah, I'm moving to the other side. See if it's not such a pain in my ass. Here to here looks short too. Maybe I should try here to here. I just left you. Hamburgers you made last week? I'm so hungry. Can't wait to eat food. It's gonna be tight. Both my bait fishermen stopped bait fishing for me. Fuckers. Trying to do their own thing, not my thing. I don't think this map shows from there to there, does it? No. I'm gonna guess it's close to the same. And be wrong. can't fall here as easy. That might even be closer. Can I just get a measuring stick, game? Who the fuck makes maps without a little measury doohickey at the bottom? That's got a name. Who's my hero right now? You can be my hero, Jenkins. I'm guessing it's Jenkins. Oh, it's Big J. Damn, dude, you've been hammering the smell, huh? That's a lot you've accomplished. Unless some of these are old. Tommy refuses to go to the smelt spot. He's a coward. Let's hope moving from here to here is a significant change in our fish quality. Yeah, that's what I was doing, Jenkins. Where'd you get a bait bucket? I like that there's randomly a measurement to like the middle of this 6 hole. I wonder what used to be in there. And never returns it. Dude, if you don't come asking for your weed whacker back, I'm just gonna keep it forever. That's what I told fucking Home Depot when I walked out with that weed whacker. Oh, it's a much better island. I can't get stuck like anywhere. I can run around like an asshole. Burm, burm. There's no fish on this island, but fuck, who needs them when you got the ability to run? Why do you keep doing that? I think you must be in the deep hole. Too many fish out here to like to pick it up and not run. I'm gonna urinate. Maybe not. No, I'm gonna urinate. It's gonna be tight. I'll be back. Stay classy, chat. Oh, you're gonna jingle only when I'm away? Who was it? It was you. Feels like another Zandy. No, a perch. Why did you feel so heavy at first? You don't even look very big. What the fuck's wrong with you? Who are you? Is that another trophy roach, Jenkins? Oh shit, I didn't lock that bale. Are you going on an adventure? I think this spot's just perch. Exclusively. Come to the surface so I may witness you. You're not a perch. You're an upside down Xander, possibly lake trout. Lake trout? Tiniest lake trout? Hey, I left your bail open too. Dig up more mole crickets. I better get some skill ups off those fucking mole crickets. I know I won't, but I better. Oh, my keep net's quite full. I got some fish to cut. Even more fish pieces I'll never use. The bait I was most excited to unlock, and then I just never use it. For nothing. Nice, Jenkins. Very good fish. Should probably get that one mounted. You mooshed it? Really sharp shovel. But look at the edges on that thing. Whew. Oh, not nature perch. They're the worst. Not nature perch. They're the worst. They're the only thing I let rot. I just don't catch anything with them. Other perch sometimes. Perch on perch cannibalism. They don't, though, bad juju. Like, they don't in any amount of time that I want to participate in. I had 2 of them out for 2 hours in what was said to be an active beluga spot, and I got nothing. Beluga fishing with perch is for people who are okay with, like, AFKing at their computer for hours on end, and I'm just not good at that. I'll go fish for bleak. I'm casting at just the wrong angle. Just completely the wrong angle. I'm going to throw this one around randomly because it doesn't go that far anyway. You got a fucking fish on over there already, bud? You jingling at me, bud? Let me reel in my tiny perch. Is this 2 tiny perch? Yeah, tiny perch. Instant tiny perch. It's so weird, Jenkins. I saw that you ate Oreos, and then I was like, Oreos? And I read it again, and it said cheese. And I'm just really confused why I thought you ate Oreos. You have to eat Oreos with milk. Milk's made out of cheese. It all makes sense. I got there. Any good cafe orders up there at the cafe, Tommy? Cafe Tommy, as we call it. There's a bleak order. Oh. Big ones? Little ones? Some the size of your head? Bingo, bango, bongo. Moon. I'm seeing it. 50-ish. Oh, those. See, I can't turn those in. I only do bleak orders for small bleak and big bleak. The other ones get squished. I guess you could turn in big ones as small ones. You get a fish yet? You did not. I heard a bell. I'm getting very sleepy. The moon cheese. It's knocking me out. Alright, try something else. Those are all tiny, tiny lake trout. No clip, just yeet. The old yeet and pray. You know what, chat? I'm starving. I'm gonna go. I'll probably fuck around and fish off in chat, in the fishing chat, if you want to fish with me. But I'll be back tomorrow. I think tomorrow we're gonna either check out Bannerlord or die. One or the other. But I'll be here. Bye.